against them. Oh wait, there is none. Well, I mean, like it's undeniable that Trump has said inappropriate, weird things about women that are underage, including his own daughter. He shouldn't have said that, and it was weird for him to say that for sure. And I think that people hear him say that, or they hear something like that, and it makes people uncomfortable, and they don't trust him. I mean, so that's it. What has he said? I mean, you can just look it up, right? I mean, there's like 4 or 5 examples that I would have in my head. Actually, three examples I have in my head. Not enough to condemn him, though. No, you're right. Making inappropriate comments is the universe of difference between doing something inappropriate with a person who's underage. Like, you know, one of them, like, everybody has intrusive thoughts. Some people verbalize them. But none of that compares to the actual behavior. So yeah, such a double standard. I mean, I don't know about that. It depends. So yeah, logical man makes no sense to have blind faith. Yeah, exactly. And you can't really know. Why were they not uncomfortable with Joe's panty sniffing? Well, he wasn't doing that, but like he was sniffing people. And also they were. I think everybody can acknowledge and everybody agrees. Like, guys, are we all on the same page with this, by the way? That like, yeah, it's pretty fucking weird the way that Joe Biden acted around girls too. Yeah, it was fucking creepy. It was creepy and weird. Like, I wouldn't want to, you know, I wouldn't want my kid around something like that at all. Yeah. Like the comments about his daughter, it's hyperbole, but it sounds weird. Yeah, it just sounds weird, and it's just problematic. I mean, really, that's all there is to it, more than anything. So yeah, I don't even worry about that. Did you check out the Destiny stuff yet? Of course, right? People are gonna bring that up. Well, I will give you my opinion on the Destiny stuff. These are crimes. Potentially, if you are having sexual interactions with somebody who's underage, especially because it's done on the internet, and so it's being done federally, and so federally the age of consent is 18. That is something that is beyond my pay grade. I am not a FBI agent. I am not a police investigator. I am not a lawyer. I do not have any of the information that they have. I'm not going to make, you know, statements, judgments, opinions, or anything like that, or draw conclusions based off of the existing evidence. So yeah, nice try, Glowy. Yeah, sure, right? In Texas, it's 17, but you don't want to play with that? Yeah, the age of consent is 17 in Texas. But the difference is that when you're communicating with people that are in multiple states, the age of consent defaults to 18 because it's online communication, which transcends states' rights. Like, because that obviously, right? Yeah, 16 at sus has been. Well, I'm just telling you, like, that's the answer to the question, right? You ask what's the age of consent, that's what the age is. Most states are 16. Well, yeah, it's a local server. Exactly, does it? Yeah, that's my understanding, at least. I mean, I could be wrong, but I thought that's the way it worked. Either way, this is my opinion with the Destiny stuff. You make comments and accusations like that, that's a really big deal. That's extremely serious. I'm not going to go, and I don't want to talk about it, really. I don't want to go through all the data. I don't want to figure out whether who's lying and who's not lying. That is something for the police to decide, and I don't want to have anything to do with it. So yeah, what if a teenager in Texas communicated with another teen from a country where the age of consent is 14? I don't know. I mean, you're talking about, like, you know, like 1% of a 1% of a 1%, right? I mean, I don't know. You'd have to ask some lawyer that deals in cases like that what the answer for that is. I have no idea. But either way, that's what I would say. 16 is too young for age of consent. Yeah. Well, I don't know. I mean, like, I don't want to get into like a big argument and say like this is the age or that's the age. I think that here's one thing that a lot of people can agree with, though. Whenever you're over 30 years old, you probably shouldn't be trying to talk to a lot of teenagers. Even if they're like 18 or 19, a lot of people think that's weird. No, I'm not saying that you can't do it. Obviously, you can do this. It's okay legally for you to do this. But I think that it makes a lot of people uncomfortable, and it's a bit odd. So, that's it. What if 18? Well, I mean, the fact is that, like, you know, historically,
yeah, I knew that'd be a problem.
It's a very old age. Many people had kids back in the Middle Ages, like, whenever they were young kids. Like, it's
shrunk me.
Very weird thing, or a recent thing.
Quit!
That,
Quit!
You know,
Quit attacking! I mean, holy cocksucking fucking hell.
Why? I mean, we're living in a totally different society. People aren't dying at 35 like they used to. And And so we're on a totally different timeline. So obviously it makes more sense now, but the point that I'm making is that, like, I don't want to have a big argument over what should be the age of consent, right? But the point is that if you're doing it, even if it is somebody that is of age, I mean, if you're like 37 or 36 or whatever, that's a pretty big age difference, right? It is. And, like, I get that, like, guys want, you know, they'll see some hot young girl, you know, that's like some 19-year-old girl on OnlyFans, and they'll think that she's really attractive, and, like, okay,
what's this? But, like, what the fuck was that fucking idiot doing?
That's very different than just
what was that?
And so, yeah, human brains don't fully develop till 25. It should be higher. I don't know. I think that the age, like, do you guys agree with me here about, like, the age difference being a big factor? Because, like, for me, like, so I'm 35. I'm 35. It would be very odd for me to date a girl seriously that was 20 years old.
All right, get back.
Say, do you remember back
cock sucking?
She would say no.
Okay.
You know? Like, she born after 9/11, right? I mean, damn, that's a totally different universe. So it's legal, right? It's legal to do that, and, you know, sure, somebody wants to do that. I'm not going to really criticize them, but that's just my opinion. That's the way I feel about it. Something being weird doesn't mean it's wrong. I don't listen. What consenting adults do between each other is between them. You're asking me what my opinion is. I'm giving you my opinion. But fundamentally, everybody gets to choose their own destiny. And I think that's fine. Ah, damn it. The girl likes 20 and I'm 35? Then go out with her. Do whatever you want. Like, why would my judgment on something have an impact on the way that you want to live your life? Why should you allow me to make a decision on the way that you want to live your life? Do whatever you want to do. There's nothing wrong with you doing that. But, like, again, I'm giving you my opinion. Yeah, live your life. Yeah, YOLO, right? Would you go for 25 if she's into you? No. Depends on who it is, right? I mean, I don't know. Like,
Stop moving.
I think it depends on the person. I'd have to think about it. I mean, I'd probably want to date somebody at least a little bit older than that, but, like, maybe not. I mean, I don't know. I mean, look, I mean, beggars can't be choosers for some guy like me, right? But overall, that's the way that I feel about it. So, yeah. Anyway, I don't want to comment. This is the same thing I've said before about other people's allegations, is that sexual allegations and sexual misconduct allegations, I don't want to make comments on.
I know what's going to happen here.
Unless it is like a super cut and dried case, I do not want to do that. Because I feel like a lot of the people who do it, I'm going to be real, do not do it in a way that
I'm a fucking virgin.
Responsible. And I think that I've probably been a person who's done that myself in the past. And so at this point in my life, I don't want to have anything to do with this anymore. Like, I don't want to comment on actual legal matters. I want to leave that to the police and the courts to decide. So really, it's just that simple. Would you accept it if your daughter was with an old man? If my daughter was, like, let's say, so, like, if I had, like, a 20-year-old daughter and she was dating, like, a 65-year-old guy, no, I wouldn't like it at all. I think it was really weird. Now, obviously, like, it's her right to do that. But, like, I mean, and it's not like I disown her. But, I mean, and it's like, so basically, I would be, like, it's her life. She can decide and do what she wants to do. Like, I wouldn't say, like, I hate you now, I don't want to talk to you, like, I don't want to have anything to do with you. If she had a kid with them, I'd take care, you know, I'd be like, oh, this is my grandkid. Yeah, for sure, right? Of course. But at the same time, yeah, I think it's weird. Yeah, I mean, that's, I mean, isn't that normal? Yeah, I think that's totally normal, isn't it? You wouldn't be, yeah, I wouldn't be comfortable with it, but I would accept it because it's her life. She's an adult, and she gets to choose what she wants.
Why are you missing?
What a boring, hopefully well-adjusted answer. You usually don't get those from me, but yeah, that's literally what I think about it. So it's redacted. Let me see. I'm just gonna pull this up and see what it says. Transcript A1. How much of this is redacted? I'm assuming there's obviously there's not going to be anything that's like inappropriate on here. It looks like very few things are redacted. Like, oh, I think I saw a black bar. That might have actually just been the page turning, though. Yeah, I think it was the page turning. Damn. Damn, bro. Like, they had it. Yeah, there we go. He met anything that he's responsible. Oh, wow. I think that in December of 2021... This here?
Nice. Good misses. Good misses.
Mr. Epstein required masseuses to be naked.
Really sick.
I think that because in December 2001 he met DOJ Redaction, and I think Redaction was responsible for that in its entirety. That would have been the accusers in my case. That would have been that person here, subsequent to or simultaneously came through, and her boyfriend. Okay. Well, I guess that's a female that was involved in this as well. Man, they got a lot of these. So all they really redacted were a few names.
Man.
The other person who's clearly also not an adult or even close, the redaction, I believe, is her now. Wow. In my trial was clearly underage, clearly a child. I only saw her in Palm Beach, and I only saw her with her mother. What the fuck? Damn. Quite a riddle. Yeah, this is nuts, man. What happened with the relationship? Putting aside publicity around Prince Andrew's purported relationship was redacted. What happened? Do you know? Jeffries told me Epstein told me Andrew was coming to New York. I need to organize the whole thing. That's classic by Epstein. Sunday, Nitro burning funny guys. And with respect to DOJ Redaction and Prince Andrew, do you know about that relationship? I think it sounds to me like these redactions are victims.
I don't want to step up.
Not the perpetrators. Like if I just search, like so let me just go through. I can't search this document, right? So Bill Gates. So for example,
dude, what kind of pussy ass bitch is this fucking bitch?
No, Bill Gates, so this is not related.
She is so bad.
Okay, so it's got nothing to do really with Bill Gates. All right, how about Clinton? Okay, Clinton, one of 43 matches. Huh. Wow. Wowee. That's a lot. Let's look at Trump. Let's see how many times Trump was mentioned. Trump was mentioned 3 times. So Bill Clinton was mentioned, and this is the second part. I don't know, the first part could be different. But the second part, Bill Clinton was mentioned 43 times, and Trump was mentioned 3 times. Let's look at Prince Andrew. Andrew is mentioned 3 times also. Let's see, who else? Tom Hanks. Tom Hanks is not mentioned at all in this second page. Obama. Obama is not mentioned. Biden. Biden is not mentioned. Okay, let me actually move it up so you guys can see. Okay, let's see what else. Bill Gates already did that. Hillary. Hillary is mentioned more than... Damn. Did you ever meet Secretary Clinton, Hillary Clinton? Ghislaine Maxwell says yes. When did you meet her? I want to say, again, please don't hold me to it. Uh-oh. But I want to say that it was on a flight that came from the island. Not from the island, from the Nantucket or Martha's Vineyard back to New York, is what I think. Did the ex-president never came to the island? So is this the Epstein Island, or is this the island in Nantucket? I don't even know where the Epstein Island actually is. I don't know which one it is.
Oh my cock.
The only time you met Hillary Clinton, you know, I went to the house in Shakawawa. I don't know what the fuck that is. Man. It's in, yeah, I thought so. Little St. James, okay. Lonely Island? No, that's a band. Okay. Do you know whether Epstein had any sort of illicit dealings or associated with Hillary Clinton? I would say no. Did you ever see them together? No. Did you know Mr. Epstein did any business with the Clintons? I would. Well, I'm not sure I can. I'm not sure how to quite know the answer to that straightforward. I was part of the beginning process of the Clinton Global Initiative.
Come on, man.
John Podesta. Oh, that's a good one. Yeah, that's a good idea.
Oh my fucking
nope.
god.
Let's try another one.
Oh, how can this happen?
Is mentioned 4 times. How did you know George Soros? I was friends with his kids. Whether George Soros's kids ever traveled on Epstein's planes, I don't think so. Yeah, they probably had their own. Okay, wow. Tom Cruise? No.
So annoying.
Yeah, Tom Cruise is not there. Jimmy Kimmel? Jimmy doesn't even search result. There's nothing there. Bill Gates already tried that. I mean, obviously. Bush.
Come on, man.
Asked that. Okay. Elon. Good idea.
What is that noise?
2 matches. Do you know Elon Musk? I do. How did you meet him? I met him and I don't remember. Okay. But if you're saying it sounds like, but if you don't know, we can move on. Okay. All right. So yeah, nothing's really. Yeah, that's just she. So she said she met Elon. Okay. It's not really a whole lot to go there. And let me see if I can search on this one too. Trump. Then Trump is only 2 matches right here. Damn. Well, that certainly says a lot. Michael Jackson. Oh shit. Ooh, good one. None on here. How about this one? Nope, not Michael Jackson at all. Biden, I already tried that.
Dude,
Kevin
what the
Spacey.
fuck?
Nope, not Michael Jackson at all. How about this one? Nope, not Michael Jackson at all. Biden,
Jesus.
I already tried that. Kevin Spacey. Yep. Kevin Spacey. I know him from that same flight. Do you know him from any other thing? Oh shit. For 3, did they ever travel to Mr. Epstein's properties? Not Mr. Tucker or Mr. Spacey. Mr. Tucker or Mr. Spacey may have.
Hey, let's do it again.
Wow. Oh, wait a second. Oh, no, I misread. I bad English that.
Let's do it again.
She's saying Kevin Spacey and Tucker did not, but Naomi Campbell might have. Sorry, I bad English that. That's my fault. Okay, let's see if there's anything else. What about CNN members? So I don't know about that. I don't know about CNN at all. Stephen Hawking? No, not on there. I'm going to search the other one for that one, actually.
That shit is pissing me off, man.
About that. No, just Black Hawk. That's the only search result for Hawking is Black Hawk. So I don't know what that means at all. Looks like not a whole lot. Prince Charles. Let's see if there's any other princes. But yeah, there's only that. Yeah, nothing on here. And I'll search this one more time if there's any other princes. Yeah, nothing as a search result for that either. So Tom Hanks, I already looked that one up.
Like, let me get an ambush. You know what I mean? Like let the ambush fucking work. If they run up, shoot them.
Okay, all right, one more. We will do it.
Do some damage. Why is he missing? It's actually insane.
2 results.
Oh god.
Redux issues. How do you satisfy a mob? Again, I understand the lifestyle. Okay, sure. And then what's the other one? Okay, there's just that. And then how about Diddy for this one too? Yeah, and it looks like there's nothing on there.
Come on, man.
Okay, well, there we go. So the Maxwell interview has been released. Here is the concern that I have.
How do you miss that? I mean, give me a break, dude.
What they can do right now that will really gain back the public's trust. Because I think so many people now just don't trust the government with how they handled this Epstein situation at all. And so, search for Sean Combs. Well, I mean, they referred to him as Diddy already, so I think that would be it. But anyway,
Diddy
this is
though?
all too long. Yeah, this was a gigantic nothing. Well, you're right. There was nothing that here was like a smoking gun or anything like that that's like super, like specific. And Bill Clinton asked about it. The evidence is clear.
Great.
Okay.
Oh.
That's about it. I mean, there's nothing else really more to say to it other than that. Yeah.
Okay.
Support lines are overwhelmed, and customers are getting hung up on as they try to figure out what's going on after tens of thousands of games have been removed from itch.io and Steam. These games
Come on.
answers, but nobody from Visa
It's so annoying. God damn.
They just don't want to give it to you.
MasterCard has released an official statement for this issue. Both Steam and itch.io are facing a massive wave of
God
censorship.
damn it.
On itch.io, the platform completely de-indexed all adult
Why don't I do
content from
anything?
search and browse pages.
Fucked.
This was a drastic move, which
insane.
itch.io confirmed they had to make to protect the
Come
platform
on.
core payment infrastructure.
Yep.
But this isn't just an itch.io problem. Steam has also been quietly delisting games.
They've been fucking around with Japan on this for years. This is something that the creator of Nier Automata, Yoko Taro, has talked about this for years. People didn't really pay attention or care that much because it was a localized issue and we're in an American, Western, English-speaking internet sphere. But it's been an issue for a bit.
Everyone's fucking shrunk.
First initial ones. More games are getting removed from Steam, even some with very little adult content. The reason for all this is
Oh.
immense pressure from payment networks like Visa and MasterCard, or even other ones like PayPal and Stripe. Although some want
Don't
to
you
blame
be
Steam for
my
See,
neighbor.
that's another one real quick is that
Now what?
PayPal also does this shit too. So everybody getting mad at Steam and at Visa and MasterCard, totally fair, but they do not have a monopoly on being full of shit. PayPal also is full of shit.
Why?
They essentially had no choice. In a post, Collective Shout made trying to celebrate as they really only care about censoring as many things as possible. They specifically
Objectification of women is the problem, was the excuse. Why is objectifying women bad? I think it's great. Who decided it's bad?
mentioned how they tried to get Steam to listen to them for months, but obviously Valve never listened. So they had to take it a step further and complain to payment processors instead, which is where these companies like Visa and MasterCard were able to abuse their power and force games to get removed. Now, itch.io is taking a two-part approach to this problem. The first is a long-term plan, finding new payment partners who are more accepting of a wider range of content. This is a crucial step for the platform to become less dependent on the rules of a few powerful companies. While this
I think that you have to have regulation, and while a free market could solve this problem in the long term, it also doesn't account for... So there are things that companies with monopoly status do to exercise that control that transcends their reach of the scope of their business, such as lobbying and trying to advocate for regulations that effectively act as a barrier to
I'm not sure what the fuck they're supposed to do,
trying
but
to enter into the same market. So I don't think that there's like the idea of a free market, I think, is kind of an illusion, and I think in this circumstance that's what's happening right now.
Fix the underlying payment processors control
Good.
sold It gives itch.io a fighting chance to bring back the removed content and continue supporting adult games. Itch.io has begun relisting some free adult games. This is a huge piece of the puzzle. Since these games don't require a payment processor, their return proves that the issue isn't with itch.io or Steam's rules, but with the financial companies themselves.
Of course it
is. Like we talked about in our last video, gamers aren't having any of it and are now using the same tactics Collective Shout used to express their complaints to payment processors. Like
you have to use the Karen's ancient magic against them. You have to use it. I know it's blood magic, and it might not feel good, but you don't want to bring a knife to a gunfight. You're gonna end up dead.
Visa and
By fire with
MasterCard.
fire.
I am actively seeing more reports of users calling these companies to complain, and this organized effort is having a visible effect on their customer service. Support staff are now clearly overwhelmed. I have seen a bunch of reports and stories from people who have said they called Visa and then would just get hung up on, which I 100% believe, because every time I've called Visa, I would get a similar response. It would start off great, but as soon as the customer service agent on the other end realized what I was talking about, whether it was because I mentioned Steam or video games or censorship, they would instantly speak over me, tell me to send an email, and then just hang up. Even if I didn't stop talking, they would just sigh and repeat the same response
fuck off, man.
over and over. Another time, the Visa rep just reread the Visa.
I kind of want to call him and see, but I'm worried I would get in trouble. Like, that's the only reason I don't do it on stream right now. If it wasn't for that, I would do it on stream right this second.
Email we talked about in our previous video before hanging up, like that was supposed to fix the issue. Every call had nearly the exact same response from Visa, saying to email so they can send you this.
The reason why is I think they told Chance not to call Blizzard on stream, like way back in the day. And like, if there is a way that they could probably give me a vacation, I think that they would. And so I try to play it by the rules, and I don't like pushing it. Right? I don't want to push it.
Paced response, and then they would just hang up. With every call having a similar response, it seems extremely likely that the Visa support staff was briefed on the situation and what to say. Or in this case, say pretty much nothing at all and then just hang up. It seems pretty clear that Visa is now getting overwhelmed by the backlash, although some will say don't annoy these innocent employees who have no say in the matter. Well, this is the exact strategy Collective Shout used. And
weirder how?
Yeah, exactly. They shouldn't have done it then. Yeah, you never. The thing is that if something feels bad to do,
yeah, you were right. That's weirder than making bombs. If it wasn't, let me know what happens.
Always do what works. Bring a gun to a gunfight. That's it.
And it worked. So as Visa seems to be getting tired over the phone, it doesn't seem like gamers are stopping anytime soon. The goal is to make Visa realize that if they want to listen to these activist groups like Collective Shout, the backlash will be much larger.
That's right.
Now, as I'm making this video, even MasterCard has responded to the situation.
They sure have.
Previously, we had Visa, and now it's MasterCard, saying clarifying recent headlines on gaming content.
They're trying to roach out, but nobody wants to let them.
MasterCard has not evaluated any game or required restrictions of any activity on game creator sites and platforms, contrary to media reports and allegations. Our payment network follows standards based on the rule of law. Put simply, we allow all lawful purchases on our network. At the same time, we require merchants to have appropriate controls to ensure MasterCard cards cannot be used for unlawful purchases, including illegal adult content. So very similar to Visa, they're pretty much saying that they allow all lawful purchases and really only go after illegal adult content. But within just hours of this being posted, it has.
Why is illegal adult content like you'd have to go after all illegal content? It's not like adult content is somehow uniquely bad. Like illegal adult content is the same as illegal content. Period. You're obligated to stop all of it. Why would you even add that qualifier? Well, I'll tell you why they'd add the qualifier. It's because they're fucking lying. That's the reason why. It's obvious.
Been community noted, saying both Steam and itch have stated their removal of adult content came from pressure by payment processors, including MasterCard. Furthermore, MasterCard and other payment processors have a documented history of refusing service to Japanese retailers over legal adult content. So although both Visa and MasterCard are trying to deny it, their history speaks for itself. Although these obviously aren't the responses we want, I think this is a pretty good sign because it shows.
No, because it shows. The thing is that it isn't the response that you want, but even if they capitulated and they gave us what we wanted, that still wouldn't be what I would want. The problem fundamentally is that this weapon is available to use. The solution is removing this as a weapon. That's the problem. So, like, you have to figure out a way to hold these people liable on a legal level. That's the main issue.
Have these payment processor companies' attention, and if we potentially keep up the pressure,
do that,
they will
nothing
just
happens.
have to listen. Stripe, which is one of the main payment processors used on itch.io, has directly addressed the situation. They confirmed that they will not be able to support adult content that fits the following definition: content designed for sexual gratification.
Got any good news, Rangers? I shook what's
Okay.
on your mind.
If they are exercising
But no
any
offense to
sort
the 100
of publishing
after I helped
discretion,
him whoop the plane's game. All
then
right.
they should be held
Roger that.
accountable as publishers.
Ain't nothing.
Period. Sure. Okay. That's fine. And so if you are exercising your own discretion and you are deciding what services are happening and not happening, and you are going above and beyond the law, then the next time somebody makes an illegal payment with Stripe, I think the government should sue them. And they should fine them, and they should do it over and over and over again until they stop doing this. That's it. No, they have protections. Take them away. Yeah, arrest their executives. Yeah, exactly. And so it's simple. Like, I don't want to be ruled over by a bunch of random fucks that work at some payment processor company that decide which adult content people should and shouldn't be able to see. It's not up to them. It shouldn't be up to them. They're actively subverting the will of the people. This is something that should be decided democratically by a public decision, by a law, and they are acting as if they are the law. Get the fuck out of here. Absolutely not. Yeah, if you don't want to, if you want to have the power of publishing and the power of censorship, then you also need the accountability of whenever those accounts and whenever things bad happen on your website. Yeah, take the protection away. Yeah, exactly. They're payment processors. They have no say. Exactly. Payment processors aren't politicians. Exactly. Yeah, it's easy money. The civilian can even do an unlawful purchase, claiming they didn't know it was illegal via Stripe, which guarantees its lawfulness. Exactly. Yeah, I mean, like, the way I would handle this, my viewpoint on solving this problem is always direct personal accountability. I try to find one individual in a group of individuals, and I make an example out of that person,
My
and then
uncle,
nobody
Gideon
else
Red.
does it.
Oh, of course, Miss
That's
Wesson.
what the government needs to do.
Open it up, fellas.
They need to find a person at this company that they can hold personally liable.
No one's allowed.
And the moment that you do that, all of these problems
Good
disappear.
day.
The reason why these problems happen is because nobody thinks that anything's going to happen to them.
Also wanted to pass this message along to gamers.
Oh,
Stripe
Broadmoor
is
Heights.
currently unable to support sexually explicit content due to restrictions placed on them by their banking partners. Despite card networks generally supporting adult content with the appropriate registrations, Stripe has indicated that they hope to be able to support
So then
adult
it's the banks that are the problem, it's not Stripe.
content in the future, which is a bit interesting because they
The
say
problem
they
is that they're a private company. They can deny service to whoever they want. It's the same legal standing as the bakery a few years ago that refused to make a gay wedding cake. Okay, that's fine. They want to deny service to whoever they want. Okay. Well, then I'm going to take away the
soon
thing
to be
where they're
back.
not accountable. You see, like, these companies exist with a tremendous amount of privileges that allow them to exist by the government. If you held these companies accountable for what they were doing and what they were making money off of, they would instantly be shut down. These companies can only exist because they are propped up by an apparatus of privileges. So this entire idea that they're a
so
private
empty
company
now.
so they can do whatever they want, okay, if you're a private company, then you should be treated like a private company and you shouldn't have a bunch of privileges. You can have
Only
one or
person
the
who-
other. Can't have both. That's the problem.
They want to support adult content in the future, but due to their banking partners, they can't. This raises the next question. Who are these banking partners? When Stripe
Dorsey's
explains
weren't
why they
content or
can't work
couldn't
with
even
certain
leave my memories of
businesses,
this
they
place
point
alone.
directly to the strict rules and regulations
No point
of
looking back
payment
there.
networks like Visa
My house was the
and
first place the
MasterCard.
Dorseys
This
went.
proves that even though Stripe
Probably
in this
walked
situation
right in
is
through the front
direct
door,
processor,
stole
they
my
are still
parents and
under
little brother
control
away,
of these larger
and
networks
took out
like
their anger
Visa
on the
and
house.
MasterCard. If you remember, this elevated elevated risk line from Visa's email. Well, it's back. When Stripe explains businesses that pose a brand risk, pornography is included. Financial institutions and payment networks care about the brand and reputational risk that associated businesses pose. There are a set of businesses that our financial partners do not want to be associated with, even if there is a market demand for them. Stripe doesn't independently reject businesses.
I wonder if any of the people that work at these companies that are executive leadership or on the board or in the Epstein list. I wonder. I don't know. Maybe.
Is based on brand risk. We have many unpopular businesses and causes on Stripe, but we are at times obliged to enforce the restrictions of our partner. This confirms what we've seen before. Visa and
Daddy
MasterCard
really didn't want any Dorseys to muck around with his
their
cooking
rules.
supplies.
They don't necessarily have to be a direct payment processor on a platform like itch.io. They just have to be somewhere in the payment chain to have complete control.
Exactly.
Stripe even further explains this when they try to
weakest link in the chain type thing.
Work with a startup, but were forced to stop after their financial partners did not agree.
Yep.
So
Again,
Visa claims
they are lying. They are straight up
fucking shitter.
lying. I think this is the way that I think you could call this bluff, but I don't think that it would actually work because somehow these companies are too powerful. If you requested data on yourself, because there are people that are blocked from using these banks, and if you did it in one of these European countries where the company was required to give you all of the data that it has on you, and it didn't give you that data, but you know that you were blocked, you could sue them, theoretically. I think it's called GDPR.
Wow.
Don't moderate
Daddy
content.
really
They
didn't want any
just
Dorseys
force
to
any
muck around
company
with his
they're
cooking
working with to
supplies.
follow their rules, or they won't work with them. This
Bad
shows
actors
a
are worse,
very
yeah.
dangerous power dynamic, where a few
It is.
powerful financial companies can
Slam dunk
dictate
court, yeah.
what is and isn't
that's one way to do
acceptable,
it.
even when
It's the only way I thought that
content
would work.
is perfectly legal. But as Itch has confirmed, they are currently in talks with new payment processors, which will hopefully be a step in the right direction. I have reached out to Valve for a statement on if they will be looking for new payment processors or going to be re-adding crypto as an option.
Yep.
So if I hear back, I will for sure give you an update.
It
Of course,
feels so
these aren't
empty
solutions that will
Even
fix the
when Pa and
underlying
Mom were
problem, as it
traveling,
seems like we will need the government
they
to
were
get
here.
involved. But
The
it will
government has to
Their
be involved.
spirits
You
filled
need
the place.
regulation to ensure free markets.
No.
The first thing that people that are resourceful and Machiavellian do in a free market is make it not a free market anymore. Anybody with any brain knows that.
needs to give control back to these platforms so they don't have to follow the rules of these payment processors.
And by the way, those are the people that always win. They always come out ahead every single time.
The outcome of this situation will have a long-lasting impact on gamers and developers everywhere. Will platforms like Steam find a stable solution, or will this be a permanent shift in what kind of content is allowed online?
It's going to be a big shift, I think, and I think that this shift is already existing. It's just that we don't know about it. I totally support this, by the way. I think this guy's great. He's made a number of videos about this topic. I agree with all of them. Make sure to give him a sub. Water CS2. He's obviously not playing CS, but, you know, it's close enough. Won't the government do the same thing? No, the government doesn't do the same thing at all. Absolutely not. I called Visa 3 times today, and they resort to a script about not supporting illegal content. They're literally lying to save face. Regulation appears to be the only way forward. Yes, you have to regulate them. And the thing is that, like, I feel like we could have... Here's the problem with JD Vance, okay? Is that if it wasn't for that whole couch fiasco, we could probably have a really good ally that would understand this problem, that would work with us. But, like, because of the whole couch thing, I feel like he doesn't want to get involved in this. Yeah, use a call repeater? Yeah, he's a prude? Yeah, well, exactly, right? Elon could do it? Well, he's not in the government. If Elon was in the government, that'd be fucking great. But he's not. And so what's the couch fiasco? Nobody knows. And Vance will ban porn totally. No guy is going to ban porn. It's not going to happen. Don't worry about it. The UN responded too. I didn't even know that. Well, anyway, so Kotaku, Valve did respond to the accusation that Visa is doing it just to remove illegal content. Valve has responded. This happened yesterday after I ended my stream. In a statement to Kotaku, a spokesperson for Valve said that while MasterCard did not communicate it directly, concerns did come through payment processor and banking intermediaries. They said that payment processors rejected Valve's current guidelines for moderating illegal content on Steam, citing MasterCard's rule 5.12.7. MasterCard did not communicate directly with Valve. What is this here?
We're just talking.
And not communicate directly with Valve.
No need to get any closer.
And despite our request to do so, MasterCard doesn't want to communicate directly with Valve because they're afraid to. Because if they communicate directly, they show their hand, and they also can be held liable. So they're doing this through an intermediary so they can maintain deniability. That's what they're doing. It's crazy how this is a huge billion-dollar company, and it's so in front. Like everybody knows this. JD is Palantir though. Good. Palantir can figure out whether they're lying or not. If anybody can, it's the Seeing Stone.
We'd be glad
Holy
to have you.
fuck. Anyway, let's go back. We're gonna finish this. Valve's statement sent over the email to Kotaku reads, MasterCard communicated with payment processors and they're acquiring banks. Payment processors communicated this with Valve, and we replied by outlining Steam's policies in 2018, attempting to distribute games that are legal for distribution. Payment processors rejected this and specifically cited MasterCard's rule as a risk to the MasterCard brand. A merchant must not submit to its acquirer. A customer must not submit to the interchange system any transaction that is illegal or in the sole discretion of the corporation may damage the goodwill of the corporation or reflect negatively on the marks. So there it is. They literally have a rule that says that they don't process transactions for reasons, because this is a very important word here, right? Let's go ahead and let's look at this word. This word right here
let's keep walking.
is or. It's not and, it's not like, it's not such as. So this is drawing a distinction between any transaction that is legal, and there is a second distinction that they are making, which is anything that at the sole discretion of the corporation may damage the goodwill of the brand. So you can see very fucking clearly that it is not just illegal content. They are lying. Everybody knew that they are lying. They exposed themselves as lying, and that's all there is to it. It says may, exactly. Because they're doing that in order to give themselves the largest amount of doing it. Read article 10200 EU law. Payment processors are committing a crime. An antitrust lawsuit is already in the works. Good. Absolutely good. If any politicians from the EU want to talk about that lawsuit or want any sort of promotion on it, and they want any insight, I have full, my DMs are open. They can message me if they want to come on my stream. I'll make a video about it and spread the word. Violations of Rule 5.12.7 can result in fines, audits, or companies being dropped from the payment processors. There you go. Why is it more damaging to the brand that people wanting to find an alternate payment
Chicken's a ranger now.
Running competition? Because it's not about brand damage.
Welcome to the right side of the tracks.
Brand damage is just another way of saying control in a euphemism. They really want to be able to control you. That's it. Japan's doing the same. Yeah, I'd be glad to talk to anybody like that. I would prefer if it was English, because obviously it would be hard for people to understand, but I'd do whatever I needed to do. If the sale, it goes on. You're right. I did forget about this. I missed a paragraph. It goes on. The sale of a product or service, including an image which is patently offensive and lacks serious artistic value, such as, by the way of example and not limitation, images of non-consensual sexual behavior, sexual exploitation of a minor, non-consensual mutilation of a person or body part, and bestiality, or other material that the corporation deems unacceptable to sell in connection with the mark.
Good day.
The only one there that's actually against the law is sexual exploitation of a minor and non-consensual sexual behavior in some circumstances that are actual real people. But if you're talking about non-consensual mutilation, there are plenty of video games that have that right now. It's offensive. Yeah, that's every shooter video game. This is outrageous. Nobody should be putting up with this, and we should not have a random-ass fucking company telling us what kind of stuff we're allowed to see. SFO had a video, 2019. MasterCard is the final boss. It's been delisted from his channel, but there are re-uploads. Might be something worth watching. Well, I might watch that. I didn't even know about that. Never heard about that. So yeah, what about movies with a rape scene? They're making it up as they go. They decide and make whatever decision they want based off of what they feel like exercising. By the way, you will never know if this decision came from MasterCard, thieves who steal from every transaction. MasterCard often tells partners to censor without doing it directly. They are playing cloak and dagger games. That is exactly what they're doing. They need to come out and express
no
this
sudden
freely.
moves.
And also, I feel like if they're communicating this way, can't they just pull their chat logs and see what they're saying? I mean, why do we have the Patriot Act if we can't figure out what these people are saying? Yeah, I'm so fucking tired of this. This is so annoying. Yeah, maybe get Joe Sean. Maybe we'll see what happens. I talked to him a little bit, and you know, like we're very much in alignment with this being a problem. I think this is a huge issue. Absolutely. True full audit corporations, it's unconstitutional. Well, it's bullshit. I don't care whether it's unconstitutional or not. It's fucking bullshit. Because the government's run by the bank.
times around this.
You know what? You're right. You're right. You're absolutely right. And it's fucking ridiculous, isn't it? It's absolutely fucking ridiculous. The whole point is that things aren't bad. It's simply overreaching police issues. They have no right policing. It's not about us wanting this garbage. Yes, exactly. And I think it's a huge issue. And I do think that we should keep putting the pressure on them. And the best way to put the pressure on them is to be able to, what do you call it? That distracted me. Is to have the government do it. The government has to be the one that does this more than anything.
Oh.
Like, you know, you don't need a formal conspiracy when interests converge. I think that's what George Carlin said. I completely agree with it, right? And that's it. Let me see. I'll probably look at a few more of these.
Oh, that sledgehammer, bro.
And they regularly fail, like OPEC. Yeah, it's called a loss leader. Walmart loves this strategy. Well, loss leaders, so that's another thing, too. Is that's another form of like bully capitalism.
That's why you're here.
Is that you can sell something at a lower rate than somebody else to price them out of the market, to make their product unviable for long enough that they can't maintain their business model, and then you can kill them in the free market, and that way you can maintain monopoly control. There's a lot of ways to do this. Amazon did that, yeah, because Jeff Bezos is smart. That's the reason why.
Huh. And if you're baseless,
and it's dumping, it's illegal. Yeah, if you get caught, if they can prove it, which they can't, 99% of the time. And when they can prove it, Rockefeller, I don't think that's what he did. I think he just had vertical integration and he did other bad stuff, but I don't think he did that specifically. At least not in that way. But I could be wrong. I think that was a I think that was a Vanderbilt thing, or was it Carnegie? Yeah, one or the other. I don't think that was Rockefeller, but I could be wrong about that. It's you know, long, like 10 years ago history I learned, so I don't remember that exactly. And so, anyways, happened to my company. Yeah, exactly right. Rockefeller. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't remember. But my point is that in order to have a free market, you have to have regulation. Because if you don't have regulation, you have regulation. And the regulation is decided by the companies that have the largest market share. So regulation is inevitable. It just depends on whether it's in the best interest of the customer or the companies that are controlling the market. That's it. That's my point. Robber barons and Standard Oil? Well, no. And again, what I find to be so funny is that all of the robber baron strats are the new crypto strats. Oh, just print more stocks. Just keep selling stocks and keep printing more of them. We already went through this in like 1820. We already went through this. So you're using fucking 1800 scams and they're working just as well. Yeah, I drink your milkshake. Exactly. It's insane. How does it happen?
Oh, we gotta make this happen. You ever see Roz go all Ice Queen on some poor soul? It's like, I can't even describe it.
Careful, or someone will think you got the hots for Rosalind.
So this is the payment processor thing. We'll take a look at this. I haven't talked about it before, and we'll get into it.
Imagine a world where your credit card company decides what games you can buy on Steam.
I don't need to imagine a world. That's the world that I live in right now. That's the world that we are living in at this exact very fucking moment.
unthinkable future just arrived.
Yep,
Valve, known
there it
for
is.
its hands-off approach, has added a new rule that will change PC gaming forever. Not by law, but by the powers of payment processors like
That's
Visa
right.
and MasterCard. Starting today, Valve updated its What You Shouldn't Publish on Steam section to include content that may violate the rules set forth by Steam's payment processors and related card networks and banks or internet network providers. In particular, certain kinds of adult-only content.
In my opinion, I don't think payment processors, especially right now, given the way the market is, should be allowed to decline service for anything that is not illegal. So if something is not against the law, I don't think that a payment processor should be allowed to say, we are not going to give you service for this. And here's the reason why. You can see that in this logic, payment processors are effectively utilities. And they're utilities in the same way that electricity is, the internet is, water is, etc. Imagine if the water company could shut off your water if you liked a certain kind of porn that they disagreed with. Imagine if your electric company could turn off your power because you have a political viewpoint that they don't like. It's insane. It's an insane, like, it would be crazy. Imagine how it would happen. How do you regulate the market then? You just say that you can't decline payment for something that's not illegal. It's simple. What do you mean? You just regulate it the same as you regulate anything.
Tagline has already been used.
It's a slippery slope? No, it's not. It's not a slippery slope at all. This is anybody who's actually complaining about regulation categorically is like a fish complaining about water. We have regulation for fucking everything. The idea that payment processors being regulated is somehow beyond the pale and some slippery slope is total bullshit, and the only reason you're believing it is probably because payment processors pay people to lie to you and tell you that it's true.
IMDb has reported the removal of a bunch of games, mainly the
call
ones
everything a slippery
with
slope
incest
because they're stupid.
themes. While Valve hasn't explicitly named the names of the reason for this happening,
Yeah.
unconfirmed reports and industry patterns strongly point to major players like PayPal, Visa,
This is
and
huge.
MasterCard,
I heard
the
Mr.
most
Happ.
popular
Sorry,
payment
I
methods
don't
on
talk to
Steam.
them.
There were even
Why don't we have
unconfirmed
mobile
rumors about
bartenders?
PayPal's temporary unavailability on Steam pointing to this, but I
Yep.
couldn't
Oh,
find anything
thank
that
God.
confirmed this was
You're the
directly
one my
tied
husband-
to
No
PayPal.
need to
One
beg,
group
Mrs.
collective
Knox.
show, a
We have
campaign
been-
for
I didn't
women
see you
seems to be
there,
the ones
Lucia.
mainly responsible.
We
Well,
have
it's just
money
a bunch
rangers.
of crying Karens that
Even
are
though we
complaining
don't
and
live
getting
fancy,
mad.
he's
That's all it is.
little
It's
on the
collective
portly
shout.
side.
Again, there's a
Always
reason
well
why
dressed.
in every single
Yes,
ancient
but
history
we're
there is
homebodies.
some
Let me
form
see,
of
Blue
banshee,
is always
siren,
wanted
or
to know
something
what things
that
were
is
like. You
collectively
mean after
shouting.
some food?
Okay?
Justin,
This
I
is a
know
tale
you
as old
well.
as the fucking Odyssey.
Thank you,
So there's
Rangers.
nothing new and nothing different about this at all. It's, yeah, a collective
Ah, you're-
Karens.
Uncle Gideon.
I did so.
Released
I know.
several
Is that
articles
so,
and open
Rangers?
letters to these
Now,
payment
Colorado,
processors,
it
making
seems he'd
claims
rather
about
just
the
have
games
Sheriff
on Steam
Daisy
just
keep
within
putting
the last few
refugees in the
days.
pillories,
So, as these
rather
companies
than
took note
stopping
of
the
this letter
tide at its
and told
source.
Valve they were going
You're
to leave the
well, thus,
platform,
we
Valve
must
was left
address
with
things
adding
that
this
don't, but
rule
let's
and
save
giving
any
these
talk
payment
of
companies a
politics
bunch
on
of
the
power
plains
over Steam.
mostly.
And you can
Oh,
see
of
how these payment
course.
operators,
And
like,
Penguin,
they're
thank you,
basically
goodbye,
controlling
and
a,
good luck.
like a very, very core part of the transaction process, and they are the gatekeepers of what content is allowed
The
in a
first
society
deluge
that I
was
think is
water.
supposed to be free. It's
The
a crazy
second
power move. It's
deluge
a
was
massive power
fire.
move. Oh no, you can't play your cringe virgin porn games? That's right, and I should be able to. I've never played a game like this in my life, and I never will. I think they're pathetic and weird, but I don't want to have a payment processor tell other people what they can and can't do.
Dorsey's
And if you
twist
can't
our
understand
fate to
why that's a
justify
problem,
their
you're just a
evil
retard.
ways. The
New
final
rule is
deluge
important because
will
it's not just
wipe
a small
them from
tweak,
the
it's a fundamental change to Steam, as now these payment processors or other companies like internet providers have
Yeah.
direct influence on Steam and what games are allowed on the platform. For many, this is a big worry. If payment
It should
companies
be.
can decide what adult content is allowed, people are asking what stops them from deciding about other things next. This is where we
They
get into
should not be using any degree of discretion with this at all. Unless it is literally illegal, they should be compelled by law to process payments for it. It is not their job. And also, by the way, if they're not compelled by law, then they also should be held accountable for any payments that are processed that are illegal. Like, you can't have it both ways. You can't be able to exercise discretion and edit in and, you know, decide what you're okay with and what you're not okay with, and then simultaneously say, oh, well, it's not our fault if somebody uses our system wrong. No, it's either one or the other. You either are making decisions and you're held accountable for those decisions, or you operate as a service and you serve people. You can't have it both ways.
To a slippery slope.
Now what we haven't done is
could lead to much bigger unwanted changes down the road. Now,
gone here. Oh wait, we can't get there.
This is not the first time this has happened.
Let's check it out again though.
Multiple times in Japan previously.
The very few choices in this situation, as not listening to the payment processors would have led to them removing their services from the platform.
Yep.
Which is what many have reported happened already by PayPal shortly before this rule was added. Now, to truly understand how big this change is, we need to look at Steam's past. This isn't about the specific result being taken down. It's about a complete reversal of Valve's long-standing, hands-off approach to moderation.
The problem and the issue here is that it is a third party that's coming into a service, coming into a platform, and then telling that platform what they're allowed to do. That's the reason why it's a problem. Banning sex games for adults? Yeah, it's ridiculous.
Before, Steam allowed a lot of games on the platform, as long as it wasn't outright illegal. The main times Valve would take down a game were if it had some malware inside, broke one of the very few Valve rules, or a specific government requested to get it removed. Valve's position with moderation and the
Bizarre traders market to the east.
having a large number of adult games and sometimes other controversial content. This position Valve had brought them a bunch of complaints. In 2018, Steam faced criticism for a hate group problem due to...
The only reason why these articles are being put out is because they want to pressure Steam into censoring people that they disagree with. Steam doesn't have a hate group problem. This retard has a problem with his opinions being unpopular.
Extra,
He has a problem with people being able to express themselves in a way that he disagrees with.
Maybe I'll join.
This isn't a problem. It's never been a problem. The only problem is him.
Enforcement against hate speech. Now, this wasn't a game, but it shows how Valve generally...
The worst part is that Visa doesn't operate under democracy, so they should have zero control over legal tender and its visibility for people using it. Yeah. This is a strategic move, not a moral one. Porn industry is massive. Banks don't want people to actually spend their money in deposit. By removing a huge avenue for expenses, they effectively limit how much outgoing cash there is.
nice.
That's clever. I don't think it's true, though.
In December 2022, U.S. Senator Maggie Hassan even questioned Valve's efforts regarding Nazism, white supremacy, and misogyny on the platform.
No,
Toolbox here.
This is all they do. Is they complain and
There's
they
any junk I can sell.
They try to talk to the manager
What can I do
and look
for
for
you?
some sort of way that they
The
can.
nice came home
okay,
in the
sorry
end.
about that. I don't know what's
Anything
going on.
for your
Sometimes I have like
Have a
hiccups
look.
and things like that go wrong, but that's life, I guess. It's how it is.
Led to another U.S. senator.
Anyway, what I was saying a minute ago, before I got distracted, is that these people, all they're going to do is they're going to just complain and cry and get mad, and they're just going to try to pressure and take away things that they don't like. That's what it is. And again, these people don't care about anything being anti-Semitic. They're probably reposting things that are anti-Semitic right now about Israelis. The same people that are complaining about this. So I don't even think that anybody should take this seriously even for a second. Thousands of groups that spread anti-Semitic, Nazi, or gender hate, never been on the internet, never played old online games. Well, the reality is that I don't want, this is my outlook. I don't want the internet companies to create a quasi-government that applies rules that transcend the legal requirements. I don't want to live in that world. I don't think that we should have to, and the funny thing is that we don't. But it's just that the companies are taking advantage of, and they are effectively having their cake and eating it too. They are enjoying the privileges of not being held accountable for the bad content on their platform, while at the same time being able to weaponize their platform to push their agendas. It should be one or the other. It can't be both. And payment processors are only one form of this.
Mark Warner asking Valve to do something or face further scrutiny
Honestly,
by
this thing seems so fucking overblown. It's not.
U.S. government. But Valve usually just ignored these complaints and requests for stronger moderation. As long as nothing was outright illegal or broke their existing rules, they generally wouldn't intervene with the content on their platform. So now,
which is what actual players want.
And processors.
Nobody cares about some random fucking mentally ill activist on Twitter and what she thinks about Steam. Nobody gives a fuck what she thinks. It doesn't matter.
No longer just handling your transactions, they're becoming content gatekeepers with massive power over what can be bought and sold online. The thing is, this isn't just a Steam issue. This is happening all over, showing a clear pattern. We've seen major hits in Japan's anime and manga market.
This is what I'm saying, right? This is not the first time they've done this.
Platforms like Saruga and Manga Library Z were forced to remove adult content or even shut down because payment processors demanded it. Another Japanese platform, DL Site, even tried to fight temporarily blocking Visa MasterCard to keep its adult content available. Just this year, payment processors in Japan started holding back money from adult game creators on Steam. This was such a big deal that it led to an official investigation by the Japanese government into these payment companies and their practices.
Japan should just not allow these companies to function and to do service inside of Japan if they keep doing this. Really, just like don't allow them to function at all. Yeah, like if you want to do that, like yeah, it's economic terrorism. Yeah, like yeah, you can't force us what to do. It's ridiculous.
It's not just Japan either. OnlyFans in 2021 famously announced that they would ban all sexual content because of pressure from their payment processors.
That didn't happen.
Until they reversed the decision. Patreon too has faced similar issues in the past. So as we're seeing with Steam's new rule, this isn't just Valve's problem. It's a widespread issue showing how these powerful payment companies like Visa and MasterCard are deciding what gets sold and what doesn't across the internet. The thing is, now we're seeing this first step. If payment processors can now influence certain kinds of adult-only content, the real question is, where does it stop?
It doesn't stop. It just keeps going, because as soon as people realize that they can pressure, like as soon as people can find the weakness, you know, the weak link in a chain, they will go after that weak link. And if they feel like they can bully and start attacking payment processors to force them into like, you know, getting mad about these games or like shutting these games down, shutting down service, they will do that because to them, they don't care, right? They're just trying to make people do what they want.
The big concern for many people. If these powerful companies can block one type of content today, what prevents them from moving on to other types tomorrow? Could it be games that talk about different political topics? What about games that tell stories some people might find controversial or challenging? Could they even push for changes on games that don't fit certain beliefs, even if they're perfectly legal?
Theoretically, yes.
Is now wide open. Before, Steam decided, but with Valve's new rule, these payment processing companies and others like internet providers now have a huge say for what's allowed on Steam. This means they could in the future decide what games you buy, not based on laws, but on their rules.
That's right.
This is a big deal because
the problem is that, again, it takes away the democratic autonomy that a society is supposed to have. And it gives it to a corporate overlord to effectively dictate what you're allowed to see. And that's the reason why this is such a huge problem. It's because it effectively takes away people's ability to communicate and to engage in freedom of speech and freedom of expression on the internet. And it's being done in a way that's not democratic. It's not voted on. I don't think it's necessarily
control from Valve and gives it to these
how Karens take over the world. That's right.
Main job isn't about games or art, but about
small. Yeah, I don't know why it's happening. I think that the IRL toolkit thing is having issues. I'm not sure.
and gives it to these companies whose main job isn't about games or art, but about money and transactions.
Yeah.
Now, I've already seen a few different suggestions from different Steam users, including exploring different payment options, like maybe crypto or even the
No, all of these are addressing symptoms of a problem. Even getting mad at the company. Like, I'm not even mad at Collective Shout.
possibility of Valve developing its own payment system.
No.
Think of a Valve Pay to get around
No.
these restrictions entirely. Valve's new rule, which is directly influenced by powerful payment processors, card companies, banks, and internet providers, marks a big moment for the platform.
There he
What
is.
do you think Valve should do? Should payment processors have this much power?
They absolutely shouldn't, and everybody knows it. And I think, again, the more that people allow this, the worse that it will get. Because the more that they can exercise their control. And so it seems like also, by the way, there is, I'm not going to go through this right now.
So we've recently been talking.
It seems like Japan is going to be pushing back against this. And that in 2024, Japan Fair Trade Commission will conduct on-site inspections of Visa. In my opinion, here's the truth. All of these companies are just nothing. Like, they're nothing. Like, if they want to deal business and they want to do business in these different countries, they need to follow the country's laws. And I think the problem isn't Collective Shout. There will always be a new group of retarded Karens that get together and they lobby for some sort of change to happen, right? The problem is not them. The problem is the fact that it works. That's the issue, and that's the actual problem. And until you can solve that, things are just going to keep getting worse. You got more of the banks trying to do bank things.
If you've tried to buy a game on Steam recently, you might have seen this message. Valve has announced the removal of PayPal as a payment option in many countries.
Wow.
This is not a bug or a mistake. It's part of a bigger problem. The biggest question is, why is this only happening in certain countries? Now, you might
Probably
remember 1
regulation.
month ago when we first talked about the Collective Shout, Steam adding a new rule, and the mass removal of games, that it seemed like PayPal was involved.
Wow.
This is because right at that same time,
happened?
it seemingly stopped working. It was unknown
What
if
the
this was
fuck?
some bug, a coincidence, or actually related to the situation.
Yeah,
Now, when you try to use PayPal in an unavailable country, you get this official statement from Valve. Steam stated in early July 2025, PayPal notified Valve that the requiring bank for payment transactions in certain currencies was immediately terminating the process of any transactions related to Steam. This is important because
Ooh, what's the bank? What's the bank that did that? Uh-oh.
because an acquiring bank is the bank that handles payments on a company's side. Think of it as the bank that collects the money for Steam. They go on to say this affects currencies other than Euro, Canadian dollar, British pound, Japanese yen, Australian dollar, and the United States dollar.
Yeah, so
This
they're trying to exercise this soft power that they have in countries that aren't well regulated in order to try to put pressure on Steam to do what they want. That's what it seems like is happening.
means that for every other currency in the world, PayPal is no longer a payment option to buy Steam games. They continue by saying, we hope to offer PayPal as an option for these currencies in the future, but the timeline is uncertain. We're also evaluating adding additional payment methods on Steam for the customers affected
That's
by
what they
this.
need to do.
In the meantime, please use one of our other current payment methods during checkout. If you can't use any of the available options, you can consider using a Steam wallet code to add funds to your account. This confirms that they are actively trying to fix a problem that they did not create. But this statement also leaves us with a massive question. If the problem is with Steam's content, why would the bank only care about certain currencies? Why is PayPal still working?
It's because they can only control those currencies. That's why they're not controlling the larger international currencies like CAD, USD, and euros. But they can exercise this in smaller countries that don't have the same level of legislation. That's why.
perfectly fine in big markets like the US and the EU. One person on Reddit decided to call PayPal's customer service in Poland to get an answer. The lady insisted I contact Steam because they were the ones who pulled the plug, because Steam prefers customers to use their balance. When the user read the official Steam message to the rep, she became irritated and hung up. Does this sound familiar? Because it should. This is the same thing we saw with MasterCard and Visa.
These people need to get audited. That's what they need to do. The government's got to come in and audit them and figure out like who's doing this. Big time. Yeah, just go through discovery, subpoena all the data, all of the different call logs, all of the different transactions, communication, and just figure this out. It would take like 5 seconds to figure this out.
Those companies put pressure on Steam. They then publicly denied it. So Valve had to be the one to tell the public the truth. It's clear that PayPal is now doing the same thing, blaming Steam to avoid talking about their own actions. When you put all the facts together, it shows a clear connection. This is a bigger plan to control what people can and can't buy online.
That's right. Yeah, the banks are trying to create a monopoly on currency and a monopoly on trade in order to force certain viewpoints and ideologies into the mainstream that the public isn't accepting. And I think this goes beyond viewpoints and ideologies. It goes into culture, it goes into values, and it goes into everything. That's what they're doing. They're doing that intentionally, and they're trying to push it. They've been doing this for a long time. And you should don't let them do it. No, there's no reason to let them do it. I mean, you should have laws that regulate this and prevent it from happening. And yeah, it's insane. Money's a great start to control. Yeah, if you can control the money, you can do that. How did all these ideal pushing fascists get into power? Because who do you think goes after power? People with ideals that want to push it.
Situation.
It's the power
it all began
paradox.
with an activist group asking payment companies to stop handling
Should have never
payments
done it.
for games with sexually explicit content. MasterCard and Visa were some of the first to act, which led to Steam's new rule. MasterCard denied doing this, but Valve's statement proved they were the ones responsible.
Yeah.
At that exact same time, the game store itch.io had its payment services.
Well, and it's also like I immediately believe Valve because they've done this with other people too. They've debanked multiple other groups of people. They've debanked organizations. This is very common that they do this, and they've even I think a Japanese person at Visa even said that they did it
and
to
assorted
protect their brand.
felicitations.
So I mean they've
You
said
can
they
purchase
did
an
this.
entrance
They've
pass
done
at
it
the
in the
door from our
past.
esteemed
I mean this is
hosts,
a
the
pattern of
Monster
behavior
Alley.
at this point.
Or if you lack the funds,
Stripe
simply find
removed.
an established
Stripe's statement was
up
clear,
the ramp you'll
saying
find
it
the door
couldn't
to the
support
bazaar.
this kind of
It is
content
simple
because of
to
its
get in
banking
any
partners.
bazaar
This proves
merchant.
that these banks and
Would
payment
that I
companies
could,
are
but
indeed
we
the
in-
ones
I
stopping
have
the
heard
payment.
of people
And
giving
again,
their
like if you were
entrance
the
passes
government,
to
like
family.
and
I
you
can
could
only
control this,
hope
you could
I will
figure this
have
out
the- it
instantly,
is
right? Like you
if
say,
I
who
were a
isn't?
less
Okay, well then
discreet
that's
I'd
they're the ones
suggest
that are
you-
the problem.
Now
I
we have
endeavored to
exact
provide
same
the
thing
teachings of
happening with
Mr.
PayPal.
Manners
A
to
bank
those
on
inside.
PayPal's
You
side
friends,
has
go
ended its
inside.
agreement with
Speak
Steam.
to Mr.
The
Jacob
fact that
Martin,
all these events
or as
happened
others
at the
call
same
him.
time
Then
makes
I
it
will
impossible
endeavor
to
to
think that
supply
this is just some
we
wild
Mannerites
coincidence.
believe
Now you
that
might be
may
wondering
it
why
help
does
you as
PayPal
much
only
as it did-
removed for some
Of
countries?
course.
They start by
They are
making
led by
changes in
Mr.
smaller
Jacob
markets
Martin.
with
Find me
fewer
in the
legal
camp if
protection.
you have need
This
for
allows
it.
them to
Yeah,
test
of
their
course.
power and put
Civilization
pressure on companies
collapses.
without risking their
All of
biggest
color
markets like the
spreads.
US and the EU. This strategy is meant to force companies like Valve to agree to their demands everywhere without a major fight. The good
You'd
news
think
is
with
that
all these
Valve is
people
not
waiting to
giving
get
up.
in,
Their
there's
statement that they're actively looking for new payment methods for affected customers is a big sign that they
You
are
promised to buy
fighting
me a
for
new coat when we
gamers
get
and will
inside,
not be pushed
remember?
around by these companies, although
And it
they
comes-
sort of
this is gonna
have
cost
to
a
right
fortune,
now.
but
Well,
it'll
they're
be
gonna
worth
have
it.
to. They're gonna have to work with them to an extent, right? I mean, like it's an extent. But I think that these companies are doing it on purpose, and I think that again, there needs to be a investigation, like an antitrust lawsuit about this that puts all of these communications into discovery for the courts. I think that's what needs to happen. That's what hasn't happened yet, and it's a huge problem that it hasn't. If it does, I would be so happy because that's really where we're waiting.
PayPal ban is not a bug.
Yeah, exactly.
Whether it's the banks, card networks, payment processors, they all try to deny any of this is happening,
surprise.
but there is a clear history. not just with Steam, but for all kinds of reasons. It's getting so big that we have the Japanese government and even Donald Trump stepping in to stop this from happening by signing a new executive order.
Elon needs to buy back PayPal? No, you don't understand. Like, it's great to have somebody like Elon Musk that's doing this in a way that is beneficial, that you and I agree with. But ultimately, a good billionaire in charge of a situation is still a problematic situation, period. It's not like it automatically makes the situation good.
But of course.
It just makes it palatable in the meantime. Like, nobody lives forever. I mean, I don't know, at least so far. And so the problem is that you can't rely on good actors. If you could just rely on good actors, we wouldn't need any laws.
Souls looking to enter the bazaar?
You need to have rules.
Me? No.
Fair banking for all Americans. We even got a statement from the chairman of the FDIC mentioning how they are going to be adding a new rule so these financial companies have to stop using reputational risk as a reason to deny business.
Easy.
So now we have master.
See how fucking easy that is? All you do is you make it a law. Problem solved.
Card trying to remove service on Steam through their acquiring banks, PayPal removing service on Steam for a bunch of countries because of their acquiring banks, and Stripe removing service on Itch because of their banking partners. So this is clearly a massive problem that needs to be fixed. In 6 months, though, the government will officially have a strategy on stopping this from happening, which could include new laws and regulations, but obviously this might not help everyone around the world, like what we are seeing with PayPal removing service in select countries. The best part about this new statement, though, is that Valve officially confirms that they are working on new payment methods, especially for the affected countries. We have joked about the idea of Valve Pay, but Valve joining the payment space to avoid these problems really doesn't seem like a stretch anymore.
I mean, I think that a lot of people want to have a payment processor that's a payment processor. Not a sensor, not a method of control, just a processor that processes payments. It's literally that simple.
2012 to 2013, Valve became
nobody
concerned
wants this.
that Microsoft's new Windows 8 and its App Store model could threaten Steam's dominance.
Windows 8, not a good time.
PC gaming. This worry directly led
Uma Masume is #1.
Stands at the door.
Oh my god.
The bazaar, if you want to get in here, you need to do one of two things.
Holy shit, can you believe that?
Or get an established bazaar more than it should, honestly.
gaming. This worry directly led Valve to create its own operating system, SteamOS, to reduce its reliance on Windows. Anyone who knows about SteamOS now, it outperforms Windows on gaming benchmarks, which is being such a big issue that clearly shows how these companies like Steam heavily rely on these payment companies, and Gabe Newell loving to be a game changer from his deep-sea marine research to his neuroscience brain implant company. I wouldn't put it past them to try to make a solution. We also can't forget Elon Musk, who is aware of the Steam censorship and has mentioned he is working on XPay. So this is a problem that we are dealing with right now, but hopefully it will.
It's like having Elon Musk do it would be great, right? But at the end of the day, that's still one person, right? You've got to have more to it than just that. I mean, it kind of goes without saying, but yeah, it's literally just that simple. But for some people, they don't really get it.
Be fixed soon. Do you think we can see Rule 15 removed from Steam by next year?
Yo, what's up, guys? We are in Dallas, Texas today.
Yeah, I mean, there it is, and Elon will stop them. You know, I mean, I think that really the problem is not exactly Elon. It's not like
if you've tried to buy a game on Steam,
you can solve a symptom by replacing it with a better symptom, but at the end of the day, you still have the same problem. You really see that, like, you get the point, right? Is like, just because you have a positive disease, it's still a disease. You don't want to have any diseases. Like, you don't want to have this weapon be usable by anyone. That's the issue, is that you can't have this weapon exist, period. Now, obviously, the next best thing is to have it be used by somebody that we agree with or we're aligned with, right? Which I think Elon on these issues, I am pretty much completely aligned with him on these issues. I think most people are. And yeah, wasn't Elon the early founder of PayPal? I think he was. Yeah, he was. And so, like, but what he did with PayPal in like 1999 isn't today, right? I don't believe Elon at all, to be honest. Why? I mean, Elon clearly followed through with what he promised with Twitter. He did. He unbanned Alex Jones. He unbanned Nick Fuentes. He unbanned Donald Trump. He basically enforced freedom of speech. He did it. He delivered. Like he said he was going to do the thing. He did the thing. That's it. And so, yeah, I would fucking believe him. So, and also, like, by the way, like, he would... Why wouldn't he want to do that? Like, it's another method of him having more control over economies and having another vector of business that he can operate under and function under. It's common sense that he would want to do this himself. Of course he would want to do this. Yeah, it's more vertical integration for all of his businesses. It's more money, more control, more in-house decision-making. You're removing another outside actor. It aligns with his decision-making completely. So yeah, it's really just that simple. And Elon isn't enforcing freedom of speech because he's still censoring things he personally doesn't like. Well, before we move on, I'd like to let me give the video a like. I mean, Waters made a lot of really good videos about this topic, and I agree with him. Can you give me an example of that? Can you give me an example of Elon banning people because he doesn't like them? Because I hear this all the time. I hear people say this, but I never hear any examples, and I think that's very weird. He deleted people's posts about him with Ghislaine Maxwell. How do you know that he deleted them? Like, I mean, so a post got deleted, and so let me get this straight. So there was a post on Twitter, and it's not on Twitter now, and you've instantly come to the conclusion that it was Elon that deleted it himself. It's violating TOS? Maybe it is. I don't know if it violated TOS or not.
I'd suggest that you drive. Then
you remove your check mark? Yeah, but like, I mean, that's not removing somebody's freedom of speech. Like,
they are led by Mr. Jacob.
Like, I understand, like, that was dumb. But like, are we really gonna act like these are the same things?
But we are
obviously not.
In theory,
like, if I go and I post
those of us
this,
who I have heard of people giving their entrance passes to family members. Perhaps you have a rich uncle.
Silencing critics. This is for 2 years ago. So some guy got suspended for something. Who knows what happened?
If civilization collapses,
I mean, look at all these photos. So clearly you're not getting banned, and you can clearly say this on Twitter. I mean, it's literally right there. I mean, it's obviously not.
This travel safely.
He got Streisand affected by it. It's not Streisand effect. It's like obviously people are gonna post photos of him with her. Like, I don't think you need a Streisand effect to this. Like, come on, man. Like, you're really going that far with it. You're really going that far. Elon doesn't censor X. Yeah, I mean, again. So he tried to censor it, but then he couldn't. So the example that you have of him censoring is him not censoring.
And with knowledge comes
Good one.
clarity.
That's great.
I must know more.
Yeah,
before we
thanks a
can
lot.
Continue.
We really appreciate your input. Thank you so
what
much.
is it
But
that
yeah,
brought you to
pretty
these
much like, I mean,
lands?
this bullshit with the payment processors, I think, is ridiculous. I'm very glad to see more people putting control on it.
The most noble of sentiments. The image begins to grow clear. Yes, you're. That is all I can see. Your path is hard, maman.
Trump is the only president, and is the first president to put gamers first.
President Trump just signed a new executive order, and it could be the biggest news for gamers who haven't heard yet. Games are being censored, not by Steam though,
That's right.
but by the banks that handle the money. This new executive order is the first legal step in stopping this. Recently, if you haven't heard, some games were removed from the Steam store, but
That's
this
right.
wasn't because of a bug or a developer's choice. Instead, it happened because a big payment company like MasterCard decided that a few games were a reputational risk. This is a vague rule that lets them pressure a company like Steam to remove any games they don't like. As a result, the banks that handle the money for Steam got involved, creating a chain of pressure.
Well, they create the chain. They don't do it directly. They do it through middlemen so they can avoid being directly accountable. Will he also allow Game Awards to be used again? His final executive order at the end of his term will be legally mandating the allowance of the F word again. You're going to be able to call your friends the F word, and you're going to be able to call anybody the F word.
To the games actually being removed. This is a big deal because it shows that a third-party company that handles the money, not the government or Steam itself, is now deciding what we can and can't buy. This kind of power is a form of digital censorship, and is especially concerning since a new rule was recently added to Steam's guidelines that gives them the power to remove content that may violate the rules and standards set forth by our payment processors. The thing is, the Steam situation is just one example of a much bigger problem. It's part of a growing trend of these payment companies censoring or even debanking anything they don't like. Debanking is when banks or payment companies close accounts or refuse to work with people and businesses.
I don't see how this isn't illegal. I mean, having a bank account is necessary in today's day and age. How the fuck can you just take away somebody's bank account? Like, I mean, really, like, that's like taking away a person's internet or somebody's water or something like that. They do it via terms of service. It should be, yeah, having a bank account should be viewed as a utility in the same way that water or internet is a utility. That's really what I think.
For reasons that aren't actually about money. The censorship we're seeing on platforms like Steam is very similar to how banks debank people. The payment processors are essentially saying, if you don't remove this content, we will stop doing business with you, which means you can't get paid. This is a direct financial threat. It's what itch.io stated when they said they had
like banking is, I mean, there's no universe where you can imagine that banking is not an essential service. In the year 2025, it is an essential service, and it needs to be guaranteed for everybody.
To act urgently to protect the platform's core payment infrastructure. And also when Valve said if they didn't remove the games, it would prevent customers from buying games and content across Steam.
That's right.
The White House announcement calls this politicized or unlawful debanking, and highlights how some financial institutions have restricted access.
The person making this video is making a slight correlation error, even though in effect they're right. Trump is mainly doing this to avoid, like Nick Fuentes is the best example of this, right? Wow, what a surprise that Nick Fuentes can't get a bank account. Who could have guessed? But he should be able to get a bank account. He can get an internet subscription. He can get water. He can get electricity. He should be able to get a bank account, even if the people at the banks don't like him. Because he's a gay Nazi? Well, what's the logic that a gay Nazi can use the internet, but they can't have a bank account? Well, I feel like you should either be able to... Okay, so it should either be both or neither, right? It doesn't even make sense. Yeah, what is this? You shouldn't have either? I think you should just... I think that unless you're breaking the law, you should be able to get the service. That's what I think. I think it's actually that simple.
Access to services on the basis of political or religious beliefs, or
keep politics out of utilities. Yeah, exactly. What about registered sex offenders? Are you really trying to draw a correlation between a person who has political views that are generally seen as unfavorable and a literal sex offender? Go back to Reddit. You fucking retard. Get out of here. You're so dumb. You're the biggest dumb idiot I've seen today. And I looked in a mirror today. That's bad.
Business activities. So this isn't just about video games. Something similar has happened to cryptocurrency companies.
Yeah. This scene today. You fuck sex offenders that... What about registered sex offenders? Are you really trying to draw a correlation between a person who has political views that are generally seen as unfavorable and a literal sex offender? Go back to Reddit. You fucking retard. Get out of here. You're so dumb. You're the biggest dumb idiot I've seen today. And I looked in a mirror today. That's bad.
Business activities. So this isn't just about video games. Something similar has happened to cryptocurrency companies, legal gun stores, and even anime stores. The White House announcement points to other examples as well, such as when federal regulators suggested banks flag individuals who made transactions related to companies like Cabela's and Bass Pro Shop.
Yeah, and again, like, this is, you read this, state capital, federal government suggested institutions flag individuals. Like, in my opinion, I think that what they need to do, this is what I would do. If I was in the federal government, I would figure out who was the one that actually made this suggestion. And then I would charge them for voter intimidation, political intimidation, or something like that. Political prosecution. And that's what I would do. Like, one thing... Like, if I ever became president, my biggest inhibitor would be the 8th Amendment. Let me just say that. The fact that they let this shit go on is embarrassing. It is absolutely embarrassing. That's the one for cruel and unusual punishment. That's, yeah. Yes.
Networks are essentially the roads of the digital economy. By controlling these roads, these companies can stop anyone they disagree with from doing business, even if they haven't broken any real laws. So to fight back against this, President Trump has signed a new executive order called Guaranteeing Fair Banking for All Americans. This is a direct response to what the president's office...
The first gamer president. Gentlemen, we're fucking back. I never thought that in our darkest hour, when our anime, cat girl, incest, waifu video games were being taken away from us, our knight in shining armor would be a orange 79-year-old man who says everything's computer when he steps into a Tesla. I would have never expected this. Not in a million fucking years. It's Baron pulling the strings. So dad, so there's like, okay, you know, like those like cartoons from Japan? Yeah? Okay, so they're making some of them against the law because it's like, fucking weird, right? So like, can you make a law against not doing that? Because there's a lot of guys on the internet that are mad because they like those cartoons, but then the Visa doesn't want them to have the cartoons, so we gotta take them away. Yeah, Baron wanted to play a Gooner game? Maybe you're right, man.
It's called systemic abuses by financial institutions that undermine free expression and economic opportunity. This new rule tells federal groups that watch over banks to stop using vague reasons like reputational risk in their guidance and manuals.
Wow, bro, he just puts this in. He just goes and says it. You know what they've got to do, though? We've got to see if Nick Fuentes can make a fucking account. Because if he can't make an account, they're not following the law. That's what I think.
How many bullets you got in that thing?
Yep. Yep, they've got 6 months.
Hey, who taught you how to shoot?
I don't understand. Does this executive order mean that payment processors can't threaten online stores anymore? So, if you look at this right here, remove the use of reputational risk. So basically, what he did is that he went after banks for removing conservatives, but what he did is that he did it in an overarching way and in a way that is so categorical that it will affect also Steam and other payment processors as well. So, and this is from the White House. I'll read this right here. Removing reputation risk. Within 180 days of the date of this order, each appropriate federal banking regulator shall, to the greatest extent permitted by law, remove the use of reputational risk or equivalent concepts that could result in politicized or unlawful debanking, as well as any other considerations that could be used to engage in such debanking from their guidance documents, manuals, and other materials. This is massively overreaching in a good way. In a massive way. Like, this isn't just about conservatives. He actually saved gamers.
Sorry, Psycho.
Straight up.
Nobody messes with my
They don't define other? Exactly.
We get visitors with teeth
that
like
means
yours.
that it means whatever the fuck they want it to. Yeah, we need to debank to save our democracy. Yes, the most important thing to save democracy is to prevent people from being able to vote. And so anyway, what if a company is a foreign one? Will that work on foreign companies? Absolutely. Because if a company wants to do business in the United States, it has to adhere to United States laws when it's dealing with United States citizens. And if it doesn't do that, then it has a problem. That's the way it works. I mean, and that's the way it should work, by the way. If you want to do business in a country, you have to follow the country's laws. Duh, of course. I think Trump watches your stream. I don't know. I mean, I'm happy to see this. I'll tell you that. I hope Valve takes down the guideline before people backlash because it's still keeping it. Well, they're going to keep it for a while because stuff like this realistically will take probably a year to resolve. But after that, it'll be over. The removal of such concepts shall be made clear by each appropriate federal banking regulator through formal guidance to their examiners. This is massive. Like, this doesn't just affect conservatives, this affects everything.
Oh yeah, that one está muerto.
The order is specific, stating that regulators must remove the use of reputational risk or equivalent concepts that could result in politicized or unlawful debanking. From now on, banks must make their decisions based on clear financial reasons. The order also directs federal banking regulators to review banks for any past or current policies that encourage politicized or unlawful debanking and to take action, including charging a fine. The ultimate goal of this order, as stated by the White House, is to ensure that no American should be denied access to financial services because of their beliefs, affiliations,
or political views.
This is meant to...
That's a beliefs or affiliations. If someone believes in incest, that is your right as an American. That's right. If you believe in incest anime games, that is your right. Reputation equals financial stake loophole, I bet? No, it won't matter because they can easily... The thing is that in order to do that, they would have to provide a parameter for it. And then by doing so, they would reveal that they're not actually upholding that law. Or that rule. That wouldn't work.
To prevent any financial unfair treatment and give fair access to banking for all legal businesses and people. So how does this new order connect...
Wait, hold up. Just a minute, I want to read that again.
Don't jerk the trigger, Mamon. Squeeze.
Banking decisions must instead be made on the basis of individualized, objective, and risk-based analyses.
Maybe you should
There it is.
baseball bats and machetes, cabrón.
Banking is not being used as a tool to inhibit such beliefs, affiliations, or political views. Done.
So how does this new order connect directly to our problem on Steam? This is where the details of how payments work become really important. As Valve confirmed in their response, MasterCard didn't go directly to Valve and tell them to remove the game. MasterCard communicated with acquiring banks. These are the banks that handle the money for businesses like Steam. MasterCard cited one of its rules, Rule 5.12.7, which says that a business can't process transactions that may damage the goodwill.
See, isn't this crazy how you can just literally make a law and just invalidate their terms of service and tell them what to do? Isn't it crazy how you can just do that? You don't have to listen to these fucking retards at all. Yeah, you just get enough people together and then take their rights away. Problem solved. Fuck them.
shooting at the pins,
the corporation or reflect negatively on the marks. It's important to know that Visa has a very similar rule, just showing how this is a widespread issue across the payment industry. This is a perfect example of a vague reputational risk clause. MasterCard didn't have to prove the games were illegal, just that they were a risk to their brand. This was in response to a small number of complaints from the activist group Collective Shout. The acquiring banks, fearing that they would lose their partnership with a major payment network, then pressured Valve to remove the games. Valve complied, which is why they weren't fully debanked. So the executive order aims to stop this by forcing financial institutions to justify their decisions based on individual, objective, and risk-based analysis. The key difference is simple. Risk-based analysis is about measurable financial threats. Reputational risk is about feelings and public opinion. The new
Hose mad. Yep. Hose mad. Complete Karen annihilation. I've been waiting on this for a while.
Executive order is designed to stop financial companies from using the second one as an excuse to shut down legal businesses. This could protect game developers from being unfairly censored. So what can we expect now? While this executive order is a major step, it has its limitations. Some might argue that it doesn't mean much because it can't directly regulate companies like MasterCard or Visa. However, the executive
just do another one. If they think they're gonna get around it, just do another one. Just do that. Yes, make another rule. Yeah, the thing is that, yeah, it gives them an out too. Exactly. And it's so easy. Like, everybody's like, oh, well, what if they try to get around it? Yeah, he's incorrect about reputational risk. I have experience in compliance for a financial institution. Reputational risk is quite complicated, but not really hard to do analysis and state as fact. I think that you can easily explain reputational risk in terms of a financial analysis. I don't think that this law is against that. This law, like, whenever you're talking about reputational risk, he's talking explicitly about making subjective judgments based on cultural criteria. It's not what we're not talking about, like, oh wow, somebody doesn't want to do banking for Tren de Aragua, or they don't want to do banking for a cartel. Yeah, okay, that's fine, because you can clearly actually, you know what, they probably do. I bet those guys pay their shit on time. I do. I bet they never fuck that up. But let's say it's some other group of clowns that is doing it wrong. Yeah, they do? Of course they do. They have to. Yeah, I mean, exactly. Of course, yeah, 100% they would. Yeah, I mean, again, like, you know this if you've done anything illegal. Like, there's a level of trust that you exist on, and the level of trust that you have to exist on whenever you're doing shit that's illegal, 3 or 4 levels higher. So yeah, it's probably no issue at all. Anyway, everybody learned from Al Capone? Yeah, and I mean, like, yeah, I mean, look, I mean, that's just how it is. They don't want Capone? Yeah, exactly. My point is, though, is that we're not talking about a financial probability calculator for chargebacks or refunds. I think that you and I would both agree that that's a valid reason to debank somebody, because they're effectively using your service in a bad way. But I think that what this is clearly about is it's about social pressures for cultural decisions. That's really what's going on here. Obviously, that's what's going on here.
Order does create a powerful incentive for banks to stop caving to this type of pressure. If an acquiring bank knows that it could be fined by a federal regulator for acting on a reputational risk concern, it's far less likely to do so. This could make the vague rules of payment processors effectively powerless. According to Valve's newest statement, they were pressured by these banks, citing MasterCard's rule. So while Valve wasn't formally debanked, they were put in a position where they had to choose between censorship.
Well, they were threatened to be debanked. I mean, being threatened to be debanked is the same thing as debanking somebody. Like, I mean, functionally it is. They're saying, I'm going to shoot you unless you do something. Like, that's not really that much different than shooting somebody.
and a massive financial threat. This is the exact thing this executive order is trying to stop. Looking forward though, this executive order could pave the way for more changes. We could see new legislation like the Fair Access to Banking Act gain momentum in Congress. This act, which has seen bipartisan support, aims to prevent banks from using subjective, non-financial standards when deciding who to do business with. A new
I can't believe we're actually having a Gamers Rise Up moment. It's actually happening.
Are your eyes open?
Holy shit.
law would have way more power than an executive order. It could directly and legally stop.
He's right about this, is that you need to make something like this a law. An executive order is like a band-aid.
Payment networks from denying service based on a business's legal activities or political views. The details of the bill are designed to force this change. For example, it would prevent banks from making decisions based on unfair and random standards, a legal way of saying a decision made without a good, clear reason. The bill requires banks to have a written
it's very simple. They should only be making decisions based off of a financial analysis. It should have nothing to do with a financial and legal analysis. I think legal is also important. So like if you're making a decision like, oh, well, this is like a problem because like of their viewpoints or something like that, anything that is outside of a financial or legal analysis should not come into play. Karen's made this possible. If they didn't force Visa, this would have never been a bill. I think that it still would have, because this has been a problem that's been going on for a while with conservatives, like what I said with Nick Fuentes and also with Trump and other conservative groups. Like, for example, there was a website called Patreon, which was a Patreon alternative for people that were trying to raise money, but their stuff got removed from Patreon because for whatever reason it was politically incorrect or some form problematic. This probably will be the same thing. That's kind of what I'm expecting.
Documented report showing a risk-based analysis for all decisions. This means they would have to back up their choices with clear, factual information, not vague concerns about their brand. This would be a more permanent solution, like treating these payment companies as essential services.
Yes, so they're essential utility service. That's how they should be treated, because that's what they are.
If the pressure from payment processors starts to disappear, the new rule on Steam would become unnecessary and could pave the way for a return to a more hands-off content policy on the platform. So although the fight to stop censoring games is not over yet, there are some signs it might not last forever.
I cannot fucking believe. I cannot fucking believe it was him. I thought JD Vance was going to be the first gamer president. But it turns out we already had one. Give this video a like. I didn't even know about this. I didn't know that it was overreaching. Why would a not bank have the right to deal with business with whoever they want or reject, assuming laws are followed? Well, I mean, there's a lot of reasons. There's already discriminatory laws that are being made. And also, do you see the problem? See, and I understand your idea, is that an individual has freedom of association, and because they have freedom of association, they should choose who they can and who they want to and who they don't want to do business with. I understand your thinking, and I can see where you're coming from. But here's the problem with that, is that whenever you're talking about, oh, well, they can do whatever they want to do, the issue with that is that whenever they want to do something, it always ends up being bad for the individuals. That's the issue. It's naive. Yeah, exactly. And also, we have a lot of laws already that make that not the case. And whenever you're controlling a monopoly inside of a market, you also need to be regulated. There are monopolies in America right now, but those monopolies are regulated by the government and they have higher standards of behavior. And so really, whenever you're open to the public, when a business is open to the public, you have to indeed be open to the public. It's that simple. So you can't just, randomly decide, oh, well, you know what? I don't like what you're doing. I don't like what you're saying. We're not going to do business with you. And I think it wouldn't be that big of a deal if only Visa did this or only MasterCard did this. But the problem is that they all do this. Visa, MasterCard, PayPal, and I think a few other ones do it as well. So, yeah, Michael Knowles got totally debanked. He's a milquetoast conservative. Yeah, he is. He is. Yeah, exactly. It's collusion. Yeah, exactly, right? They work in lockstep with each other. And so anyway, this is a massive fucking W. I am so happy that Trump did this. Give the video a like. I'm super, super happy. Yeah, this is amazing. And why would the world have to follow the U.S.? Pretty much every bank in the world is following Banking Secrecy Act, as if they won't allow, for example, to buy U.S. stocks, which no big bank can be allowed to do. Why the world will have to follow the U.S.? Well, the reason why every bank has to follow the U.S. is because the United States is the biggest country. It's the biggest economy in the world, like by a mile. Just look. Us and China, like, we're massive. Like, nobody else besides China is even remotely close. And keep again, we are like we are like 50% larger than China is even, right? I mean, I think this graph is a little bit, it's hard really to say. But if you look at this here, this is 2019. Is this a newer one? I'm not sure if this is a newer one or not. But you can see very clearly that the this is 1980. Oh, that's 1988. 1880. Okay, that's a little bit different. And so you can see very clearly, right? It's massive, right? China is all fake. Well, whether it's fake or not, China probably is the second largest economy in the world, even if it is fake, partially. The point, though, is that the United States controls this because we're the biggest fucking economy. That's the reason why. And it's just that simple. I am so, so glad that he did this. This is amazing. Shouldn't you add up European countries? I think in some cases you can, in some cases you can't. I mean, if you want to talk about like collective bargaining power of Europe, then yeah, I think maybe that's the case. But in some cases, maybe not. It really depends on how it works. But yeah, and also there's a lot of other European countries that I think probably agree with this too. It's a bad practice in general. So yeah, I'm very happy that this happened, and I think that this is going to have a positive impact on pretty much everybody. And this water guy, he's been making a lot of videos about this topic. I really appreciate them. And make sure to give him a sub and give him a like. He makes some really great content. And it's short videos that are short, sweet, and to the point, which is what I like the most. And U.S. is much bigger than Europe, including outside EU and Russia. Well, I don't know. Actually, BRICS is bigger than NATO. Well, I'm not sure about that, right? I mean, I'm not trying to like go and like say in general, but I'm just saying the reason why every banking company is following U.S. law is because the U.S. is the biggest economy. I don't think this is really a controversial conversation, is it? I certainly fucking hope so. There's been a lot of these games that have been getting hidden on Steam, and it's starting to happen because of payment processors, which is what I'm assuming this is about.
Steam's new rule changes everything, and Valve, at least from their perspective, had no choice but to implement.
Yep.
So here's what's happened. Last week, Valve quietly added Rule 15 to Steam. They used to have 14, now there are 15. And this 15th rule bans content that payment processors don't like. Now, this is not illegal content. It's just content that Visa, MasterCard, and PayPal find to be objectionable. And here's
what are their rules on based on something that's objectionable? It's totally up to them. They decide and make them up.
This means it means that Valve no longer controls what is on their platform.
That's
the
right.
Payment companies control that. And if this kind of thing sounds familiar to you, it should. Countless platforms like Patreon have experienced similar. And then just after we finish the body of this video, well, the hammer blow fell.
Even OnlyFans had this issue for a while.
As well. There's a lot going on. On Steam, though, to just stay focused on that for now, what just happened is that hundreds of games just got pulled. Developers got a $100 credit as compensation, and this is just the beginning. We're going to see way more, and the situation is that the people impacted are furious. The fans are actually quite scared, quite worried. But the people
I think that nothing's really going to happen about this until it gets more prevalent and more widespread. And I think it will become more widespread because of so after these collective Karen complainers realized that all we have to do is just email Visa and MasterCard constantly and get them to get rid of this program, well, that tells them, oh my God, we should do this more.
Who pushed for this change They are happy,
Yeah, they're gonna
they've
keep
had
pushing.
success, and they are not planning on stopping. I've also got big news for the thousands of you who have visited and used our sponsor, boot.dev.
Yeah.
And that news is TypeScript.
Wait till it gives a
You know
huge
what that
IP
means,
game?
you know
Yeah,
it's pretty
exactly.
huge. The entire back-end learning path is now playable in TypeScript as well as Go. It's funny, Lane the Founder's tweet
This isn't
basically
about
just reads,
This
fine,
isn't about
you
video
win,
games.
we've capitulated to the way of soy.
It's not about video games, by the way. This is something that is a universal problem that's affecting everything.
Because enums. And if you're wondering why you should care, well, TypeScript is Microsoft's vastly more powerful JavaScript, static types, various refactors, editor autocompletion, lots of lovely things, which is why Google, Slack, and Airbnb use it in production. It lets you catch bugs while you're coding instead of, the servers on fire. TypeScript's awesome. Now, boot.dev grabs all of that in the power of an RPG. That means quests, XP, boss fights, real-time leaderboards, community,
Is this not going to
all
push
of
crypto
that.
more?
Get to enjoy that.
No.
Wiring up databases, building REST APIs, deploying to the cloud, now doing
Crypto is never going to be a super popular thing as long as it is unregulated and decentralized. Having decentralized banking without the proper controls and the ability to have a degree of certainty and accountability with where your money is going and what's happening, that's never going to catch on because it's too risky for the average person. People all the time make bad purchases, make mistakes, etc. And with crypto, there are less guardrails. So I don't think you're ever going to see crypto making a huge inroad into the, popular collective consciousness of the world because of that reason.
With TypeScript. And by the time you finish your learning path, you will have a portfolio full of back-end projects. You'll have the confidence
Yeah, you need it to be
TypeScript
centralized.
and Go in any gig, which is going to be huge for employers. And there's a bit of a hack to save you the most money. Boot.dev/Ballier News.
How convenient.
News gets you 25% off with your first purchase. But what you can do is buy the yearly plan for the largest saving because,
Working on regulations for crypto. Crypto is always going to be infinitely more unsafe than using traditional banking. Like, I can't see a universe where that doesn't happen. Like, we already have all the rules that are in place for that.
Of a bigger number is a bigger number, and if you don't gel with it, well, just use the no-risk 30-day money-back guarantee. Okay, let's talk about what actually happened. Steam installed 14 rules for developers. We actually just looked at it recently in this video. Oh, now there's a 15th rule. So here's the new rule. Content that may violate the rules and standards set forth by Steam's payment processors and related networks, banks, or internet network providers, in particular certain kinds of adult-only content.
This is so ridiculous. The fact that they even, again, why are they even making that decision to begin with? They shouldn't even be part of that decision. It's insane.
It's, the thing you can't do. Now pay attention to the wording here. May. Not does violate. Just may violate.
Yeah.
And what's key to understand is this goes beyond the existing rules. As an example,
nobody really
Rule 3 already banned mislabeled adult content. Rules 6 and 7 ban illegal content and shock value material. So what's Rule 15 for? Well, it's for content that previously was allowed by the other 14 rules. Content that is now retroactively banned. And here's how the rule played out. Eagle-eyed users spotted a change. SteamDB's removals list basically exploded overnight. Hundreds of adult-only
Harem of Nurses has been destroyed. Slave Doll destroyed. This is horrible. Can you believe this?
Vanished. Especially games that, we will call not involving consent or involving family members.
No, I
right?
know.
The sort of thing that many people
That's your favorite
would
too?
be extremely distasteful, but in the setting of like a fictional thing for adults is not illegal.
Well,
At
it's
least
disgusting, and a lot of these games are disgusting and weird. They are. They're disgusting and weird. I don't like them, but I don't want to make them against the rules. And the reason why is because I don't want to create rules for what's acceptable and what's not. And the reason why is that I don't want to have those rules applied to me. I don't want to have that happen.
in every jurisdiction, right?
No, I'd rather not see those games. That's fine. But can't you understand, this is the issue that I have with this. Can't you understand that, especially in the context of this, I don't want to see that kind of stuff will be applied to something that you like eventually? Of course that's what's going to happen. I mean, this is what would have if this was a if this was happening in 2005, Grand Theft Auto would have probably been taken off of Steam. And if it happened in 2000, it would have been Doom being taken off Steam.
Interesting. So yes, this is unpalatable content to some people. It's illegal, though, in a few jurisdictions, which we'll address later in the video. But here's what matters, right? Not all of these games are illegal. What this was a blanket removal. And you may say that in theory, Valve is complying with the law, except they're not. This is not about the law. This is about third-party pressure, not legal compliance. The reason why is...
I think that they should have to follow the law. And if a video game has content in it that is in violation of the law, whatever the law is, they obviously should have to follow the law. There's never a universe where a company should be able to uphold its terms of service and not follow the law. That's outrageous.
Well, payment processors.
Yeah.
The admission. Valve admitted everything in a statement that was sent to Rock Paper Shotgun. They said this, quote, "We were recently notified that certain games in Steam may violate the rules and standards set forth by our payment processors and their related card networks and banks. Again, not do breach, just may breach." That's a through line here. So responding to this, Valve pulled all of the games, notified the devs, offered the $100 and called it a day. You might be thinking, God damn, you didn't even put up a fight? Well, yeah, they didn't. There's a reason why they just called it a day and caved so quickly. The brutal truth is that without PayPal, Visa, MasterCard, Steam kinda dies, or at least a lot of its revenue goes away. I mean, think about it.
Yeah, look at this. And this is the issue. It's that they control so much of the market that the way that they effectively control this like pipeline affects the entire amount of content on the whole internet.
Visa and MasterCard control, didn't make this up, 69% of global credit cards. It's pretty high. They dominate debit cards in the US as well, and lately they've been flexing. They've been cutting off other businesses, and if they drop Steam, that would be game over. Valve can't just go and create their own payment network. Can you imagine dealing with the infrastructure, the regulatory compliance for all the different regions?
And also you have to keep in mind that the regulatory compliance is often advocated for by places like Visa and MasterCard, so they can make it difficult for other competitors to come into the market and effectively pull up the ladder, so nobody else can compete with them in a free market. So for anybody who thinks that this is some sort of issue or permutation of a free market at work, this is the exact opposite of that. This is not a free market at work. This is a very, very specifically detrimental, bought out, ignorant market.
So Valve are trapped.
Do you need crypto? No, the solution to this is not crypto. It's regulation on these companies and making sure that they guarantee a degree of service in the same way that we have for electricity, ISPs, water, and gas. That's the solution. The solution is a regulation. It's not changing everybody over to cryptocurrency. Or you break up the monopoly.
But you may notice something's been left out. We know that it may be the guidelines of the payment processors. We know that Valve is worried.
Yeah.
But who's actually driven this issue? The agitators. The Aussies.
The Karens.
The Aussies have done this. Thanks, lads. Basically, right? An Australian group called Collective Shout claimed a big victory here. Basically, they sent an open letter on July 11th. It targeted PayPal, MasterCard, and Visa directly, and it got 1,067 supporters to basically email these companies, which is not a lot, but it was enough. Now, they claimed then that they were subject to misogynistic abuse online for being involved in doing this campaign, and it was loud.
Yeah, of course, because people don't like you trying to tell them what to do and trying to tell them what they can and can't consume.
You're shooting at the pins, right?
You're abusing them by trying to bully them and tell them that they're not allowed to see something, and now you act like a victim whenever they retaliate. Maybe you shouldn't have gone into their house and tried to change their stuff and inserted yourself into their lives and started making rules that they had to follow because they didn't decide that nobody elected you as God for them. You didn't do that. Like, they didn't do that. Who the fuck are you?
A lot of people looking at this basically just said, hey, you censorious bastards, go away.
Exactly.
You don't get to just impose your whatever values on the rest of us, especially not the rest of the world if what you're basically doing is trying to, you know, go for the payment processors. Now, look, I am not making a claim that you should like all of these games, right? Or
I think that you should have the game should be allowed unless that are illegal. It's actually a very, very simple rule. If the game is not illegal, it should be allowed to be on the website, period. And the payment processors should have to process a payment for it. There are two options. Either the payment processors process payments for it, or the companies get broken up to avoid antitrust laws. One or the other. It's such a simple solution. I don't know why people are confused by this.
that you should find them palatable. No, I am not. What this is, though, is a policy discussion, one that actually does impact all of us. Now, what they were pushing for, I think to a lot of people, is an overreach, certainly a risk, certainly worrying.
Overreach.
As always in the internet, there is a small percentage of people who go way, way too far in not liking something. That did mean that they, you know, would be able to take, oh, that's a misogynistic message, that's an angry tweet. They could just take all of those things and actually use them as
I don't feel bad for any of these people for getting harassed, by the way. I'm not saying they deserve it, but what I am saying is that whenever you forcibly insert yourself into other people's lives and their private lives, and then you try to dictate to them what they're allowed to do and what they're not allowed to do in their own private life, don't be surprised whenever they retaliate against you. They deserve it. I'm not going to say that, right? But like, what my point is that I certainly don't feel sorry for them. If you don't want to be harassed, don't start harassing them.
Shoot the pins, idiota!
You started this by harassing them.
Further proof that they are being subject to misogynistic abuse online, and this would just further their argument, make it stronger, make it more emotionally resonant to the people at, say, MasterCard and Visa, who themselves are probably just worried about getting negative press.
Exactly.
Now, let's go more into this group. Who are Collective Shout? Well, Collective Shout describe themselves as, quote, a grassroots campaign movement against the objectification of women and the sexualization of girls. They've been active since 2009. Their targets range quite widely. This is from actively...
This is what's so fucking annoying and pathetic about this, is that Collective Shout is going around and trying to moderate and tell Steam what video games are allowed and not allowed, but they're not going and talking about the migrant gangs that are in Europe. I think this immediately just makes it evident what their actual values are. This is a virtue signaling, obnoxious Karen group that is looking to tell other people what to do. If you really care about women that are being treated badly or girls that are being abused, then why don't you directly advocate for the girls that are being abused inside of these countries? Right now, it's not a straw man, it's just common sense. In what universe is focusing on video games a priority over focusing on migrant rape gangs? It's insane.
Legal stuff to just content that they simply find to be distasteful. And they've taken on legitimately unsavory products. Tate Brothers, for instance, they try to challenge like sexist advertising, they boycott some films they don't like 50 Shades of Grey stuff, but they've also went to target mainstream gaming, like say Grand Theft Auto. They actually got GTA pulled from shelves in Target and Kmart in Australia. And in that case, it was on...
Shooting at the pins, right?
Why does anybody listen to this very small, loud group of obnoxious Karens? And I've got to tell you guys, here's how we have to fight back against this. The way that we fight back against this is that we have to aggressively, openly, and directly call these people out. And whenever a company ends up capitulating to one of these groups, we have to be so loud and so outspoken about how unhappy we are that they did it, that they're afraid to do it. Why do you think Target stopped promoting all of the Pride stuff? Do you think they just suddenly decided, oh, you know what, this year we hate gay people? No, of course not. They did it because they were afraid of backlash. So how do you make change? You create a reward system or a punishment system that makes a person afraid to do the thing that you don't want them to do. That's how you do it. And that's what we need to do. We need to be more organized. We need to be more direct and more efficient.
The grounds of violence against women in an open world game with a whole bunch of characters. If you just go beat people up, yeah, you can do that. you know?
How do we make it uncomfortable for the payment processors? They don't have shop stores or managers. You just email the shit out of them. You email them, you call them, you message them, you do everything that you can to communicate with them so you can make it readily evident and completely obvious that what they're doing is problematic and you don't agree with it. That's the way that you solve the problem. You realize you're talking to a bunch of nerds in chat? Yeah, of course, right? But that's it. You need to be numerous, loud, obnoxious, and relentless? Yes. You need to make it to where these people are afraid to do something that's going to make you upset or make you mad. And if you do that, you can make people do what you want. And again, I know it might sound bad for me to say that, but that's exactly what they do. And unless you fight fire with fire, you're getting burned. That's it.
You can say, oh my god, look at this terrible thing in the game that I just did and recorded. Interesting. Now, they also went for Detroit Become Human for the same thing. Other campaigns against that game all failed. But it is clear that, yeah, they're able to pick up wins. I mean, even in Steam, they've got wins, and this is not their first win on the Steam platform.
We need to out-Karen the Karens? Yes. And we easily can do that.
Some of you pendejos keep
About
asking me,
multiple Steam
what
games
the
before.
fuck are we
Some
doing
got
in
pulled
this
individually, but this July, things have been different because they changed tactics, where instead of targeting Valve, they just went straight to the payment processors. Which, look, if you're a political operative, definitely say that's smart.
It's effective. It's smart. People shouldn't be mad at... I'm not mad at Collective Shell. I'm not even mad at Visa and MasterCard. I'm mad at the government for allowing this situation to exist. They're the ones that are really fucking up.
Move, right? Go above and above and have a massive impact. That's what they decided to do. And these are companies that have caved before. As an example, take a look at Tumblr. They banned all adult content after payment processors threatened them. PayPal has actually dropped ebook sellers over, let's just say, non-vanilla content.
Yep.
Non-vanilla content that is legal. That's the thing.
Right.
And this is basically the playbook, and it's one that has just worked on Steam. But here,
I think that if payment processors are exercising discretion on who they process payments for, I think they should be held liable for when illegal payments are being done on their platform. And so if somebody is using the payment processor illegally, and the payment processor isn't able to stop that, well, why is it that you were able to stop this other stuff, but you couldn't stop that? Well, I wonder why. Yeah, bring back. Yeah, the government uses this to influence policy. That's a good one. Yeah, exactly. Like, and that's the issue. It's the double standard.
Here's the thing. I kind of just misled you. I did it, though, for a point. So let me explain.
Okay.
It is true that their campaign against Tumblr worked, and that, yes, Tumblr just went to pull down all the prawns. But part of what sealed the deal for Tumblr was heaps upon heaps upon heaps of actual child, you know,
yes, see, Sam. Yeah, like any child sexual abuse material is bad, obviously. But this is something that happens on every website. That's not an excuse. There's stuff like that that gets posted on Instagram, it gets removed. There's stuff like that that gets posted on Twitter, it gets removed. Why is Tumblr some kind of unique platform that somehow has to restrict all porn because some people post weird stuff? It doesn't make any sense. YouTube too, yeah, TikTok, Facebook. Yeah, you have girls dancing on Facebook that are underage, and they're even getting money from weird donators. Like, shouldn't that be a bigger problem? And that's real, by the way. Unfortunately, it is. I think that they've somehow changed that a little bit now. But at least previously, that was the case. Just ban the illegal shit. Exactly, yeah. What is ESRB for, then? ESRB is not a regulatory agency in any sort of an official capacity. It's just a group.
Use content, material, CASM, I believe it is called, in the press.
CSAM.
Now, the Tumblr was...
Child sexual abuse
pizzas,
material.
often what people would say online. Now, the Tumblr was a disgusting cesspool that was riddled with that actually illegal, just about everywhere content, was essentially an open secret on the internet.
Yeah.
Tumblr was absolutely asleep at the wheel. They did not do a good enough job of policing their own platform. And because of that, I honestly can't say I'm surprised that payment processors wanted nowhere near it, because the facts were that content existed there, and a lot of,
I don't buy it. Sorry. I don't buy it. It's nope. Why is it that why is it that this is some kind of unique problem for Tumblr? So many of these, look at 4chan. Look at all of these other, I guess 4chan probably isn't supported by Visa either, to be fair. But like all these other companies have the same stuff. They just want porn banned. Yeah, like the common variable here is banning porn. It's very clearly not restricted to anything dealing with minors. If it was, everybody, I think that we all agree that Visa and MasterCard and nobody should be doing business with somebody who's doing that, right? Obviously not. Nobody's in favor of that. But the difference is that that's not what's being discussed here.
You know, the maps, they congregated there. Okay, let's bring us back to Steam, though. So, Waypoint's Anna Valens reported something interesting here. She flagged that Valve does actually put extra scrutiny in adult game submissions. For just one example, a game got rejected for inaccessible files that, quote, might feature underage characters. So, was illegal content really getting through all the time with Steam? I would say probably not in most cases.
I think in some cases it probably does get through because there's just such a massive amount of video games that are uploaded to Steam. I think that it's inevitable that you're going to have people that upload something that's problematic or bad. Like, for example, there are malware games that happen on Steam pretty regularly, and there's other things that happen like that too. Yeah, sure.
But it did happen once. Steam did have one major slip-up. Collective Shout exploited that brilliantly.
What a surprise.
Do you remember a game called No Mercy? It released in March, and it featured, quote, non-consensual domination of family members.
Yes.
Collective Shout mobilized against this game. 3,000 emails were sent to Gabe Newell, 70,000 petition signatures.
They should not have removed this game. Because if you give them an inch, they take a mile. It's a video game. No one's being hurt. It's not real. It's not. It's not real. Like, we need to move away from this idea that video games and brother what? Yeah, it's a disgusting, weird, awful game, but that doesn't mean that it should be regulated and taken away from anybody to play it. Don't you understand that? That just because you don't like something isn't a justification to get rid of it. If you don't like it and you think it's that bad, make it illegal. It's that simple. Like, if it was illegal, I would support removing it, but it's not. That's the difference that I have. Like, yeah, Cuties didn't get banned. Yeah, exactly. And so, like, isn't it against Valve TOS, though? I don't know if it is or not. I have no idea. Yet Murder Films get a full pass? Yes, clearly. Get rid of all disgusting games and you'll end up getting rid of something else not as disgusting? Yeah.
Happened. Here's the crucial detail. That content was illegal somewhere, just not everywhere. Where it was illegal was the United Kingdom and Australia.
Why not just
and
not
actually
sell the game
under relatively new laws. Now that does mean that under Valve's own rules, that game should not have been sold at all in those regions. But Valve did.
And based off of that, they should have not sold the game in those regions. Companies should always have to follow the law. I don't want to have companies follow these advocacy groups.
Act for 5 days. They only acted after international media coverage. I mean, the UK government even commented.
I'm about 100% sure that an incest game has directly led to at least one child abusing a family member. You know what? I bet you're right. And I bet there are probably cases where people have used online video games and that has gotten them to be more likely to commit violence in real life. Think about it, right? So if somebody plays, and this is the whole bowling for Columbine, yeah, it's totally possible. There are absolutely depictions of violence and violent behavior in media that inspires violent behavior and bad behavior in real life. This is undeniable. It is. It's undeniable. And does that mean that we should ban and remove all of that violent media and all of that violent content because there is a small subsection of usually a handful, half a dozen people that take it and go too far? It's outrageous. It's an outrageous logical conclusion to draw that would paint with such a broad brush that it would effectively remove everything.
In that case. Now, eventually the developer pulled it entirely to avoid causing Valve more problems. This, of course, gave Collective Shout ammunition. They could just point to No Mercy and they could say, see?
I'll give you an example. How many of you guys went out and you started wrestling and like you would do like wrestling moves on each other as kids because you watched WWE? That logic? Yeah, you should take away alcohol too. How many kids do you think got injured by that? I would bet a lot. Does that mean they should ban wrestling? No. At a certain point, people need to be accountable for their own actions.
Legal content can get through. The implication was perhaps that Collective Shout over-egged their claims, perhaps mixed the potentially illegal in some regions with content that they simply find distasteful. Never mind the basic fact that most of the removed games were not illegal in all territories. But the narrative stopped. The waters were muddy because of this new...
Exactly, right? And if I recall, a kid died from performing a wrestling move? Yeah, sure, of course that's going to happen. Yeah, absolutely. And Steam have bank payments. Should Steam do better in setting terms to remove things like rape content and incest? Well, that's their own prerogative to decide if they want to remove it. I mean, in my opinion, I just think that Steam should operate in the same way that every other website operates, is that they should exercise moderation in regards to things that are illegal and not exercise moderation in things that are not illegal. So, for example, if something is breaking the law, or it's like doxing, which is in some places against the law, some places it's not, but I would consider it, you know, basically immediately endangering a person's life. Other than that, I don't think that they should exercise any sort of editorial control. Even if the game is awful and it has terrible themes, it's an evil video game and it has incest in it, and and you can kill people in it after like you do the incest, like I'm totally okay with that. And if you're not okay with it, make it against the law. I don't want a third-party private company dictating what I can and can't see, that has no oversight, no accountability, and no democratic process to which it became the ruling authority. I don't want that. I do not want to live in a corporatocracy where you have these companies that are effectively creating... You remember this in COVID. We all remember this during COVID, where these companies created this enforcement apparatus that made it to where everybody had to effectively play the same song and be in the same note with COVID. I don't want to live in that world. And I don't think that I do. I don't think anybody does. Yeah, set the rules. Yeah, isn't it better for psychos doing transgressions in game than IRL? Yeah, but four years ago, people would claim a business can do what they want. Credit cards are a third party. Businesses can't do what they want. That's not even true. It's a false. Like you're beginning on something that's not even true. So yeah. Anyway, no, I totally support them being able to do that. I think Steam should let any game go up there as much as possible, unless it is malware or it is somehow illegal. Like even if it's a torture video game, I'm totally okay with it. I think it's completely fine. Because you know what? It's not for you.
No Mercy thing. Groups like Collective Shout can just point to an event like No Mercy being pulled, and they can use that to convince payment processors that other illegal content might be there on the platform. Because all they really need to do is convince a large company that, look, it's happened before, it could happen again, you don't want that risk. You should pressure them. That's how this kind of thing goes.
Yeah, somebody says no harmed party, no criminal intent, no crime. Exactly. No one's being harmed by this. You wouldn't support woke. Why incest? Makes no sense. I don't think woke video games should be removed from Steam. I just want to laugh at them not selling them. That's all. I think Dustborn shouldn't be removed from Steam. There's no misunderstanding here at all.
The story, though, does actually hit rather differently when you know a little bit of the history in the background. You see, back in June 2018, Valve actually made a promise. They said that anything not illegal or trolling was actually allowed. Now, this came after backlash over adult game removals. They specifically said that they would not cave to payment processors or to interest groups. But here, 7 years later...
You would never have been against removing woke games from Steam, haha. Yeah, I would. I'm telling you I'm against it. I'm telling you that right now.
Later, they have done exactly that. They've just went and pulled games that may violate...
I invented an imaginary scenario in your mind where you may or may not be hypocritical. Haha, I win. You're so stupid. Get the fuck out of here.
Payment processor rules. And remember, that is the wording of Valve's new Rule 15. May, not does. May. Now you might think that may is just a very woolly, non-specific word. Yeah. I would actually argue that here, oh no, may is a very, very specific word. They're using it because, well, it might not,
They're playing on the edge of safe. They're playing on the direction of being safe so they can avoid accidentally losing service.
But we don't want to run the risk of getting the proof. That's the specific language. It's a rule directly designed to give Valve preemptive permission based on their interpretation of other people's rules, but not anything that's actually deeply...
Shouldn't GTA be banned for the same reason? You can literally just cold-blooded murder innocent people. Isn't that the same logic? Of course it is. It's the exact same logic. And that's the reason why I don't respect any of these people that are advocating for this stuff. And anybody who thinks that it's okay to censor this. It's because the stance and the mindset behind it is not principled at all. It's not principled, it's not based off of logic, it's not based off of anything. It's just simply people that are saying and doing what feels good in the moment without thinking about how does this really fit into a bigger worldview. No. In the same way that GTA shouldn't be censored, neither should these games either. And if you want to do isn't it the same as it's not real CP game, so it's not real? Well, no, because that's still illegal in a lot of cases. If you're trying to make a CP or a CSAM game, that's probably illegal. So you can't make that comparison because that already falls under something that I've already said they shouldn't allow.
Fought over or approved in any sort of objective sense.
Still legal. Yeah, exactly.
It would lead to like a common societal or legal whatever consensus. And in a way, that's scary. What's next? I mean, will developers set mysterious rules before they go and submit their games? If people can find success over things that they find distasteful, what does that mean for other types of games? What happens when payment processors change their standards again? Because they will change them again.
They will.
What matters is the collective shout just proved that the formula works, the plan works. Just over 1,000 emails alleging illegal content force this change. Not proving, just alleging. That's a low bar and a low number of emails. And here's what really worries developers. Payment processors have targeted queer and minority content before. It often would get flagged as adult only in a disproportionate way. And in some instances, as an example in YouTube...
Well, this is going to happen with everything, right? Yeah, of course. While I agree that violent video games should be allowed and don't lead to crime, I think that there's a line. The argumentation that if it doesn't hurt anyone, it should be allowed, and it's a game, could be applied to horrible things. Yeah, I know. Like rape and incest and torture. And I'm completely okay with it. I think it's totally fine. I don't have a problem with it at all because it's a video game and it's not real. I think that we need to stop pearl clutching. What I'm saying here is a logical, rational opinion. The only reason why people would disagree with me on this is because it optically sounds bad to say that you support those games. I don't care about that. I'll just say it. I have no problem with it at all. It's not an issue. It's not real. It doesn't happen. At the end of Pulp Fiction, do they have to, like, should they ban Pulp Fiction because they have a rape scene at the end of it? No, of course not. It's retarded. The line is the law. Follow the law. Stop trying to make your own morality the law for everybody else to follow. It's outrageous.
Could simply just be because of who is making it and the sort of topic they're talking about, not necessarily what's in it in any way that, say, if it was just normal, basic hetero stuff would even be targeted, right? So that's been awful. It's happened in YouTube. A lot of those people are also worried about this, not just, you know, big Team Goontown who just wants to have Steam Gooner games. But guess what?
Yeah.
It gets worse. So as we recorded all of this, we saw further proof. itch.io essentially descended into chaos. The site had to de-index any content tagged as adult from their browse and search pages.
This was insane. An absolute, complete, massive fucking, what do you call it? Like rapture of content.
Effectively takes it out of the public eye. It kind of removes discussion.
Why is that the line now? Haven't you said that if you don't like the law, it should be changed? Yeah, I have. And if you don't like a law, then you should change the law. This is the same thing that I'm advocating for with Visa and MasterCard. I think that the law needs to apply antitrust regulations to these companies because I think that they're violating that. They are effectively creating a duopoly inside of the market, and by exercising that duopoly, they are damaging and preventing a free market and preventing the free expression of people. So, and again, obviously another gotcha. Well, it's just, it's again, I don't know why people don't understand this. It's very simple. if you have something and it's not against the law, it should be fine to do it. I don't want to introduce new laws and act like a quasi. Why does anybody want a third-party, for-profit company to act like a quasi-government for you? Think about this for 3 seconds and realize how fucking retarded that is. I mean, again, like, listen, think about it like this, right? We got rid of the government got rid of slavery in 1865 here in America. Companies, private for-profit companies here, still use it today. I think that's a pretty good fucking measure of which one's more accountable. Now, I understand the government's corrupt and they're problematic and everything like that. But you know who corrupts them? The companies, because they're even worse. Slavery's used in prisons too. Slavery in prisons is a totally different. Let's not devalue the chattel slavery that existed in the ancient times, and unfortunately still sometimes nowadays, and compare it with, you know, working inside of a prison. It is not even in the same universe, and it should never be compared to the same thing. This is, again, chattel slavery had black people have their teeth forcibly pulled out so that white people could use their teeth. This is not even in the same universe. They had families separated for the intentional and described purpose of being able to break the spirits and the wills of the people who lived in these families. It is a disgusting, horrible thing, and it cannot even slightly be compared to prison slavery. I joke about it sometimes, but if you want to have a genuine conversation, it's not even in the same universe, okay? And again, white people and America does not have a monopoly on this. They've done this all over the world for all of history, and some places they still do it now. So I'm not trying to make some sort of generational guilt argument, but that doesn't mean that we can't acknowledge what we did back then was horrible and that it should never be considered to do ever again. And it's nothing even remotely close to prison mandatory work sentences. These are like literally different entire worlds.
Now, they posted a blog that explicitly tied this to Collective Shout and payment processors. In their own words, quote, "This is a time-critical moment for itch.io. The situation developed rapidly, and we had to act urgently to protect the platform's core payment infrastructure."
Yep.
That essentially meant they had to act as fast as they could and then deal with talking to developers later. And what's happening now is the company are auditing their entire platform to review content that, you know, would be against the standards set by these payment processors. Standard devs will now have to sign off as sort of meeting all these requirements on their pages. And again, these are not legal requirements, these are just the rules of payment processors.
That's right. How convenient.
Not the rules of itch. And it's any game that
Very
could
convenient.
be adult, right? Could. The not safe for work
It might be, it might not be, who knows?
Fab. It doesn't just mean it can be a lot of other things. And here's what's wild. The game count on itch went from 28,000 games to under 7,000 as of this morning.
Yeah. I wonder what they were using that website for.
Right? But that's 21,000 games. Award-winning artistic titles are being hidden and being pulled, all while the devs impacted by this cannot pull their funds from the site while their accounts are under review. In a way, it's Itch's fault, but they kind of feel like they have to do this. I mean, compared to Valve, Itch is absolutely tiny, percentage of Steam's traffic.
Yeah.
But Itch isn't Steam. As a distribution platform, many of their pages are for art, books, non-commercial games, right? Both digital and tabletop. Especially, they have pretty, good penetration into the LGBT side of things, who maybe can't distribute through other channels, so they're also disproportionately impacted.
And this is also another big issue, too, is that right now, LGBT stuff is popular in general. It's becoming less popular, but right now it's still popular, and it's accepted. We could enter into a realm in 15 years from now where being gay is no longer acceptable to do in public. And if we enter into that realm and things change that way, then they're going to be making all of the games that have gay stuff against the law. Hopefully. I don't think that's a good thing at all. Yeah, because, and the OGs remember this. Before we had woke, we had family values, and it was the opposite. It was right-wing woke, where unless you're pushing Christian, heteronormative, America first, Western values are number one, you would get deplatformed. You would have sponsors leave. Yeah, and you can say based as much as you want, that's fine, but in my opinion, I don't want to have third-party corporations creating a quasi-government that control my freedom of expression. I don't want that. And nobody wants that.
By this. So basically, kind of no matter where you are in the spectrum,
yeah.
this isn't particularly good for you. And for the people making this, well, they are just in limbo, their livelihoods cut off. So it's not surprising that they're kind of not willing to take this shit. You know, it's funny, the internet is an extremely divided and divisive place, but if you're to make it a Venn diagram, and you're to put in a circle that just says Homo sapiens that get kind of horny, guess what? That covers almost everybody. So I'd at least hope that this could be an instance where people who perhaps wouldn't normally be on the same side of an issue can maybe band together, because it does actually impact everyone.
I think Bellier is reading the situation wrong, and I think that he's logically right, and this is true, but the optics of defending a video game that has rape and incest in it will prevent people from discussing the problematic nature of the problem behind them removing it. And so because of that, you're going to have a really hard time addressing this topic, because too many people's minds are completely controlled by the optics of an argument and not the argument itself. Because they're afraid to make an argument that sounds bad more than they're afraid to be wrong.
Because it's about the shared rules of the game. And that's what leads me to developers of not safe for work games trying to fight back.
Yeah.
They're preparing a petition to the United Kingdom government. One of our members from Bellier.games passed on this statement to us from the petition. They want legal products to be protected from payment processor censorship.
Yes.
But of course the big
100%.
question is, will this matter? Because in 2018, Valve said they would defend creative freedom. In 2025, they won't even fight.
Who's a smart
I mean,
pig?
Gabe.
You are.
My boy. Even Tim Sweeney's more of a goddamn fighter. Look at him.
Bueno, again.
Dude just went to crack open Google, and, you know, even though it was really self-serving, he did actually succeed in cracking open a lot of Google and Apple.
Tim Sweeney popped the fuck off, and huge W for Epic Games for winning that lawsuit against Apple. But I think Apple is, again, Apple is still, like, I mean, it's probably bigger than Visa and MasterCard as a company, but Visa and MasterCard control so much more of a segment of the, what do you call it, of a segment of the market that it's harder to negotiate with them.
You are.
Colin, shame about the whole exclusivity thing. Anyway, the message is pretty clear here. Any content that payment processors find objectionable could be
He's blaming Steam for not fighting?
Look, it might start on a...
And also, we don't know, maybe they did fight it. We don't know what happened because they just said we're not going to fight this guy. We don't know what happened behind the scenes.
Transferry game and a, you know, sort
what?
of transferry game and a, you know, sort of gooner game in Steam.
Oh.
Maybe two separate bits of the thing. It may start there. But what if it continues? I think we can see that sort of thing continue. Again, the laws that a bunch of this stuff isn't actually allowed, allowed per in the UK and Australia, those are relatively new laws. So we should actually think about the direction of travel here. You may not like something or agree with someone's, actions or whatever, but the law that hits them could hit you in ways that you don't necessarily have the capacity to predict, because
exactly.
we can't...
The only thing you need to do in order for a rule to be used against you that you create to use against other people is wait. Eventually people will use the same rules and the same laws and the same things against you. Look at, for example, right now, here's a great contemporary example for it. Look at Donald Trump. They were trying to arrest Donald Trump, put him in jail, book him on felonies, etc. Now that he's in power, look what he's doing to them.
Look into the future. That's why thinking about the more baseline systems is actually what's important here. Because at the end of the day, in almost all of our societies, what's the point?
I think the quote was, "I used to be the hunted and now I'm the hunter." I feel like this is not a very, it's a very pessimistic way of looking at things.
The point is, well, laws are made up that are ideally via some sort of democratic process. That's the sort of stuff that people think they should be beholden to. Now, a private business has, of course, the right to do business, you know, whatever way they want. That's okay. But what happens?
No, they don't. That is. See, I really think that we need to dispel this idea that private businesses can do what they want. They absolutely cannot do what they want. There are entire, like, law degrees that go into how many things that they can't do. Like, there is an entire industry around what they can and can't do. The idea that, oh, it's a private business, so let's just go ahead and hands off the whole thing. No way. No fucking way.
When a private business becomes such a large foundational piece of infrastructure that you cannot get around them. That means that whenever PayPal, MasterCard, Visa, and other providers pretty much all agree and are very worried about their big corporate interests, about trying to defend their position as infrastructure by cozying up to governments, well, what way do you think they will end up being biased? But to bring it back to Steam, Steam being the place where anything goes as long as it's legal.
Yeah, I love how, being a corporate lawyer just isn't real.
Is now dead. The spirit of it's mostly alive, but it is literally dead. Here's the thing. Once you become a platform that's large, you become a kingmaker. You hold a lot of power. If you invite not safe for work people onto your platform, you are saying, hello, we're inviting you over here. We are going to do business with you, and that would be great for all of our shared customers. You're safe here. Do business with us. Trust us. Well, if your processes are not tight enough to defend that base, say to let illegal content in, as Tumblr kept on doing, well, you basically betray all of those people that took you good faith.
I think there's a huge difference between not moderating child sexual abuse material and having a video game that allows you to torture somebody. One of them is real, the other one isn't real. One of them is illegal, the other one isn't illegal. The Tumblr comparison is like apples and oranges. Totally, totally different.
Means
not
you are
even in the same
breaking your
universe.
end of the bargain. Valve have done that here. And there's a reason why it's content like this that ends up being the sparking point. It's carnal. It's animalistic. It's topics that people feel, right? It's fears that people hold, and fear magnifies. As today shows, it only took 1,067 emails orchestrated by a group that knows how to play the system in a country
we can get way more emails
far away. Doesn't have much to do with most of the channel. Yet, it impacts global Steam. That should be worrying. And even better for Collective Shout, it's self-sustaining. That's because pushback, insults, and perhaps abuse that they get from people who have been angered by all of this, guess what? That just gives them more fuel to do corporate jiu-jitsu, risk-averse, multinational corporations who...
The Collective Shout, again, is a symptom of a disease. This is not... The Visa and MasterCard are the disease, and the doctor is the government. That's the truth. That's the only person that's going to solve this problem.
Want a good quarter, no risk, no bad quarterly report dramas. As for Steam, well, the bar is low, and the language of their rules is really big. It's not the only legal problem Steam's got. Oh no, there's another big one. We'll be covering it shortly. For another policy issue that impacts you, well, how about this? The idea that Sony have potentially engaged in monopolistic practices and price...
What? No way! I can't believe it!
Regulation to systemically overcharge you, video games, by destroying market principles. That's the allegation, and you can learn about the story in this video next.
Oh, there it is. This is a really great Delaware video. I disagreed with him on a few analyses, but I think that overall he covered this pretty well. And I think that also, like, he's from the UK. I think he's from the UK. And so somewhere in one of those European places, who knows where those are. But anyway, you know, he's talking about this, and like from Americans' perspective, I think that we have like our laws, at least like his European laws, I think are more. They're more powerful than the American laws. The American laws are he's Irish? Yeah, he might be from, he's from Ireland? Okay, yeah, it's one of those. Who knows where Ireland is? I probably should know where Ireland is. I'm also Irish. That's why that we're, unfortunately, Bellior and I share, I actually saw a photo of my mom's dad. Man. That's my grandpa right there. That's my dad, obviously. On the other side. Recognize him. Oh, jeez. Yep. And so things are not looking good, man. And that's it. The holy sideburns? Yeah, I guess so. And there it is. And yeah. We got some interesting times ahead of us. I'll certainly say that. And so yeah.
Did the way that he actually felt. I'm not going to paraphrase here too much beyond just what I've already said. It's way so
Could use some help.
More texture, more understanding of this story and the social dynamics that made it play out.
Let's see here. I agree that the raid made the half game, but I think behind his stance on stop killing games is extremely biased. I think that people were unhappy about his stance because he came at it from the perspective of a developer. And most players don't care about a developer's perspective because they're not developers.
Back from the dead and better than
This
ever.
video of watch. But as it
pretty
pertains
simple.
to the Stop Killing Games movement, I think you can see how, well, whenever there was the initial disagreement with Ross, pirate stocks were looking pretty good. Then he was involved in several major dramas. These dramas led to hundreds and hundreds of thousands, perhaps millions of people speaking out about him or having a changed opinion of him. There were a lot of videos talking about, you know, mistakes, examining everything. And that's why right now, before this video, when I just searched for pirate software on YouTube, here's what I got. We've got the pirate software unraveling featuring a game developer, 211k views. A Joss Strive Hayes reaction, 204k views. An Axeman video, 586k views. An Upper Echelon video, 266k views. One from Moist Critical, 3.1 million views. And that is just the top few search results.
Yep.
We're talking about millions of views here.
A lot
now,
of people.
While so many of these were rooted in the dramatic aspect, obviously they were related to Stop Killing Games, and they all painted Stop Killing Games in a positive light. And what that essentially meant is that now you didn't need to be a game preservation enthusiast to know that Stop Killing Games exists. All you needed was a path.
This is actually a very good insight from Bellier again. This is a great video that he made. He's saying that the hate on pirate soccer that made him oppositional to Stop Killing Games made the initiative more accessible to more people. This is a very, very good insight.
Interest in one of the larger ongoing dramas.
I think he's right.
Of course, even if you didn't have that, social media algorithms do know how to find you if you could be interested in it.
Yeah.
All of that means a humongous megaphone. So far, it absolutely seems it's done the trick. We've gone from almost certain failure at 454k signatures to, at the time of writing this video, 714k, and at the time of
and now it's at 1.1
million. A few
million.
hours later, 737k
Jesus.
signatures. Now that basically means that they need
less than a day afterwards.
263k in about 30 days. And obviously, if this rate holds just a little bit longer, they'll absolutely make it. Or will they? Because here's the thing. They do actually need consistent, legitimate signatures.
Yep.
The reason why is fairly simple. Fake ones could be stripped out. Overexcited Americans having fun with a VPN, I don't know, could probably try to sign up for this. Wouldn't help the initiative. It would probably get scrubbed. And, well,
that was definitely not a good
can't
thing.
Sign an EU petition. So it's not a guaranteed thing just yet, but it's certainly is looking like it's going to pass 1 million. And what happens if it succeeds is basically this. The EU Commission will consider further action. That could be legislative action, or it could just be guidance on existing consumer laws. Now, no matter what, the industry would have significant input, but regardless, we would get a formal statement on the matter and its legality. And that's actually a powerful starting point for future conversations and new laws.
Yeah.
Here's the thing, it gets even better. Because those conversations have already begun, and we've already started to make progress. Through all the noise and all the drama, the core problem is fairly simple.
This is a great thing.
That audiences often think they're buying a product when they buy a game, but in reality, they're actually buying licenses.
Yep.
Now, since October, Steam explicitly states that all purchases are licenses, that it's not ownership. And that was all.
I don't think that's enough. Just because you say something should be a certain way doesn't mean it is that way. I think that a customer should be entitled to certain things when they spend their money, and you shouldn't be able to just take it away from them because they signed some TOS. That's bullshit.
Case, it's just that now it's no longer hidden in their EULA. And Valve's timing was, let's just say, curious here. That's because California signed AB 2426, stating that any media that you can't permanently access offline must be labeled as a license, not a product. Now,
there it
is.
is.
This is companies
That's
seeing
a good start.
PR opportunities, and there's a beautiful irony. Ubisoft, yes, the very company that started this whole mess, is actually taking action. That's because they're testing offline modes for the Crew 2 and Motorfest. And I think it's fairly clear that the Stop Killing Games movement inspired this. So, you know what? In certain ways, it's
and I think there's also like a certain level of consumer advocacy that certain games and publishers will feel pressure to do this, even outside of the legal expectations. Like, now that companies are more afraid to do... A great example of this is like Web3 and NFT stuff. Like, nowadays, saying that you're going to make an NFT game or a Web3 game, this is like an immediate pass for, I would say, 98% of the internet. And so because there's such a negative sentiment around it, I think that it's created a feedback loop where companies are not making content that way.
Already winning. Now, another thing that could inspire this was an actual lawsuit, specifically a Californian one about the closure of the Crew. But that lawsuit is actually facing some problems right now, and that's because of a Final Fantasy XI related precedent that lets companies remove users from games. Because, well, as a user, all you've got is a license, and that can be revoked. That's a ruling that obviously plays to Ubisoft's advantage in that lawsuit, but looking at the big picture, we actually do see the developers are choosing to address these issues.
I agree with companies being able to remove users from their own servers. Like, for example, like if you're on a multiplayer server and you're cheating, I think they should 100% be able to ban you. Do you think it's good to think like that? I do. I'm very much a big fan of that. I think it's a great thing. I think that every company should exist, at least not for the detriment of the population. I'm a big advocate for consumer rights and consumer protections.
No, I'm not falling for that one again. I won't do anything
not
disgusting
because they're
this time.
being forced to by the law, seemingly because they want to. There are many reasons for that. It could be PR, or it could simply be because they see what way the wind is blowing. Here's something cool. Take a look at Super Move's World of Parkour. This is an indie game that failed. Legal obligations prevent keeping the online functions active, but existing owners can still play it in single player. There's another example. Whenever Blizzard Entertainment purchased Spellbreak's developer, they obviously stopped the game. But months later, they released a peer-to-peer version of the game on itch.io. That's awesome. And before all of this, Valen Studios ended Knockout City.
Yeah, there's no reason why they can't do this. Really, there's no reason why they can't do it. And also, by the way, we can just tell them to do it. You realize that, right? We can just say, you have to do this now. And if enough of us get together and we say, you have to do this now, then they have to do it. Because that's the way the government works.
They made sure that private servers still would work.
It's that simple.
3 indie teams finding a way to serve their games retroactively. It is good shit. It matters. Now, yes, it is the case that player counts may be in the single digits, but it preserves gaming history. If a bunch of people want to play one of these games together, they actually can. And if Stop Killing Games passes, developers would have to consider things like this, not retroactively, but from day one. And that doesn't mean you can no longer make an MMO. You can still make Helldivers,
Yeah, of course you can.
but you'll need to sell your games correctly.
Like a peer-to-peer
You'll need
or
to
something
label
like that,
them
yeah.
as what they actually are. Are they products or are they licenses? And you'd need to provide some sort of exit plan whenever servers shut down. And
Exactly.
nobody is saying that retrofitting games for offline play is an easy thing. But I don't actually think that's a...
Just because something is complicated to do doesn't mean that you should just forego the consumer experience and then the consumer shouldn't be represented or treated in a way that's ethical or fair. I think that there's a lot of things about this that make it complex and difficult, but that doesn't really matter to me because what really matters is whether something like this is in the best interest of the player. There's a lot of things that are complex and difficult, and if you can't do it and you can't deliver that product to the market, then that's your weakness as a business. Like, not every business has the right to exist.
Reason not to try this. Because in many ways the direction of travel has not been great in gaming. It's often not been great in consumer law, at least recently. I think making progress in this realm is absolutely a good thing. And I think the idea, why not try, well, I think that is the attitude that we need. Of course, as for some of the reasons why not, like we heard those from Pirate Software, I think most people are thinking that on balance, no, it's actually worth giving this a shot. I think the benefits to consumer awareness, consumer protections, and, well, preservation are pretty damn good reason why we should actually try. So, it's up to you. My question is simple. Why not give it a try? You can find the thing linked down below.
It's a great initiative. It is. And if you're from the EU, you should sign it, even though it's past 1 million. I actually think this is one of Belluar's best videos. I think that's probably the reason why so many people watched it. He brought in a number of elements of insight into this that I think nobody else has really discussed. And I think that he talked about the psychology of how and why the resurgence happened in a extremely informed and intelligent way. This is one of his best videos. I'm gonna link it to you guys.
You want to see an example of consumers not being treated fantastically.
Give it a like.
Capcom, you're being naughty and it's time to call you out. Find out all about it in this next video.
There's the video right there. I genuinely, reason why signing a petition is actually a bad idea, and it may lead to Pirate Software saying, I told you so. In case it doesn't go well, no, I mean, like, then people are just going to push for it in general, right? A weird conspiracy I just saw of what if Pirates said all that to bring attention to the movement and have it succeed? I don't think that's why he did it. I don't think so at all. But, you know, either way, it created that effect, and I think that having a face for people to go against definitely helped a lot of people advocate for it and go after it. That's 100% true. And what is this here? What do you think is really going to happen, though? Will these companies truly cave? I think that you guys have a very, very pessimistic view on how easy it is to make companies do what you want whenever the government just tells them to do something. The fact is that the government has the army, the government has the guns, the government has all of the power. If they tell a company to jump, the company says how high. That's it. And if they don't say how high, then they do what they do to that guy from Telegram. They just put the motherfucker in jail. And then the next person does it. That's it. It's that simple. It's so fucking easy. They have to follow the law, and if you don't, they shut you down. That's the way it is. Apple cable is the best example. Yeah, Apple wanted to make their own charger cable, and then they said, no, you have to just use a basic USB-C cable. And you know what they did? They did a USB-C cable. It's literally that simple. You can make them do whatever you want. You can. All you need to do is get enough people together, and then you apply the law to them. That's it. And it's that simple. Or the company moves to a different country. It doesn't matter, because even if the company moves to a different country, if it's doing business in your country, then they're still like, I mean, then the company can get blocked. They can extradite people. There are a million ways that governments can find like opportunities to negatively affect one of these companies. And so don't ever think that this is beyond any level of accountability. None of these companies are, and they could easily do it as much as they want. Someone tell that to Nintendo? We could easily do that. And also, by the way, Nintendo is facing an issue with that right now. So they're facing a lawsuit right now over the ability to disable Switch 2 consoles in Brazil. Like, I don't think, like, even in Brazil, they can still hold Nintendo accountable. Yeah, and also the more companies do that, then the more, like, let's say, like, one country has this law. Okay, well, let's say Brazil. Brazil is a huge market, but it's not the size of the United States or the European Union, right? Or China. So let's say this happens. Against the law in Brazil, continues doing this stuff. That's totally fine. But the difference is that when more and more countries make it against the law, then that business model becomes increasingly less viable because you're looking at your target audience and it's becoming more and more and more narrow. You see kind of how that happens? The chances are the others will follow. Yeah, and once enough countries make something against the law, it becomes the default for international trade. That's what happens. And I think it primarily is decided by two different groups of people, right? And it's primarily decided by the United States, China, and the European Union, and the UK. Those are the prime, main, big money groups in society. And if you're not making money inside of that, you've got some problems. I'm happy Nintendo's getting sued, especially for this. They are. And also keep in mind that we could do this to them in the United States too. The European Union could do this to Nintendo too. There is no limit of what you can do. If you get enough people together, you can do anything you want. The most hated game dev. Do you guys think that Neil Druckmann is actually the most hated game dev? I think that with Western audiences, he may in fact be the most hated most hated guy, yeah.
The gaming world is at war. On one side, the year's 2025 and the gaming world is at war. Yeah. On one side, the general public, who doesn't get what the big deal is.
There truly are people that are dropping off of the show. They're cowards. They didn't like strong women.
They're afraid of a TV show? So, let me get this. They're afraid of a TV show.
I mean, they don't like a lesbian.
And on the other side, gamers.
Well, the attacks on gamers are just beginning.
The wokest episode in television history.
At the center stands Neil Druckmann.
And all I'll say is at the end of the day, you're way less important. And some of you are not important at all. It's laughable. We send it to each other as jokes.
The beta male, the male feminist.
A once universally respected visionary. Now, the most divisive figure in gaming.
This is hilarious. I saw this on Reddit.
I'm gonna kill your kid in front of you.
What?
How vile.
Turning a game studio known for only making classics into one that only makes remasters and news headlines.
This to me does feel actually disrespectful, and I mean that legitimately.
And to think that it all started with an idea he had in college. It's 2004, and Neil needs to pitch a zombie game to the father of zombie movies, George Romero.
We had a school project where we had to pitch game ideas to George Romero.
So the idea was for this kind of the story.
His idea is about a cop protecting a young girl. In the game, the player switches between the two characters to force
I think I heard of this.
I pitched it to George, and he hated it. So I just sat on it.
After getting a job as a programmer at the game studio Naughty Dog, he continues to work on these ideas in the background. Until Naughty Dog promotes Neil, along with Uncharted 2 director Bruce Straley, to direct a new project.
Our task was to reboot Jak and Daxter.
We started to realize
Wait, that never happened though, right? I don't remember that ever happening.
That it was not going to do justice to the franchise that the fans had fallen in love with. It would be shifting it so far in a new direction.
Yeah. Well, I have this thing I've been working on. What if we try to do this?
Eventually, this turns into a game based on his zombie idea. The old cop becomes a smuggler named Joel, who's tasked with escorting a girl that's immune to the virus named Ellie across the country to people that are working on a cure. Some of Neil's other pitches include Joel being a hardened criminal seeking redemption, a virus that only infects women.
And you found the one...
They already have that. It's called feminism.
Girl that it didn't infect, and that was Ellie. And the reason it failed is because it was a misogynistic idea.
a revenge plot where Joel's old partner Tess hunts him across the country, and a climactic scene where Ellie comes in and saves Joel from being murdered by Tess. The game's director, Bruce Straley, rejects the revenge elements. Quote, "Revenge just wasn't a strong enough motivation for someone to travel all the way across an apocalyptic country for an entire year." At the time, Neil agrees. "I'm pretty dark. I wanted to kill Elena in Uncharted 2. Bruce is the one that would balance me and push for more levity. The partnership works. It's a delicate tug of war, but the end result is lightning in a bottle."
People are constantly critiquing each other, and that's the culture we try to cultivate here at Naughty Dog, because it helps make the game better, even if sometimes it can be frustrating and hurt your ego, but at the end of the day, it's all about the game.
The game launches in June 2013, and both critics
I
and
feel like everybody, like this game, in my opinion, has done irreparable damage to gaming. Because ever since The Last of Us came out, everybody has wanted to make video games for movies. Like, I really don't like that. I think it's shifted the way that, because I see there's so many games that are like this now. And yeah, it's the first movie game, yeah. Like a Kojima, yeah, no, but like, I mean, I'm not saying all of them are bad. Like, some of them are good. I mean, I heard The Last of Us Part 1 was good. But I think that a lot of people have tried to copy this because I think that people always try to emulate Hollywood because they want to be Hollywood, which I think is it's a bad idea.
Players are floored.
Making this the 4th game ever to earn my highest rating.
The gameplay is pretty similar to their Uncharted games.
It's like a movie. Actually, my involvement is nothing.
But the story?
That's the problem.
Is universally praised as a step forward for video games.
Sarah's there.
By the end of the game, players are empathizing so hard, to the point of it almost feeling traumatic.
Could you put your life on the line? Could you be the last of us?
And the ambiguous ending sparks countless debates online.
And so we don't want to come out and say this is what we intend, or this is definitely the answer, because it is open.
Suddenly, Neil gets universally praised as a storytelling genius.
Yep.
Sticks your mind even deeper on one level than a great work of literature or a cinematic masterpiece to some extent.
But their success comes with consequences. In 2014, right in the middle of production on Uncharted 4, Amy Hennig, one of the key creative forces behind Uncharted, leaves Naughty Dog under controversial circumstances.
It was very upsetting. Amy had been replaced. I don't know whether this is public knowledge or not, but that was not her choice. It was the company's choice.
At the same time, Neil gets promoted to fill Amy's spot and reworks everything.
Is it tough for you to go into the set and work with Neil Druckmann, or
you just have to be professional and try and leave your opinions and resentments outside? Yeah.
Isn't it crazy how like people can work with other people that they disagree with without completely crashing out? Like, and it's like most older people know that, but it's been long for younger people.
Yeah, the development crunch is so brutal that nearly 70% of designers quit after shipping due to creative burnout.
Oh my God.
Among them, Bruce Straley, Neil's creative partner, and filter for his darker impulses. Gone. As Neil rises in the ranks, he grows more comfortable with confrontation. After getting some backlash for including LGBT content in The Last of Us DLC, he takes to Twitter. For each one of these bigoted and sad posts, I get thousands of positive ones from amazing fans. Some might say arguing on the internet is unprofessional, and it could leave you vulnerable to having your personal information stolen.
I think that, in general, if you try to push out a narrative like this and you try and do something like that, that's fine. But I think that a lot of people get frustrated by it whenever it's not really done in the main story and then you add it in afterwards in order to get like virtue signal points. Kind of like what happened with Dumbledore.
That's why you should be using Surfshark, the sponsor of this video. It keeps your online data safe and private by encrypting your internet activity. Whether you're at home or using public Wi-Fi, Surfshark prevents your personal information from falling into the wrong hands. It also allows you to bypass geo-restrictions and censorship, so that you can access movies, TV, and websites that might normally be blocked in your country. You'd be surprised at just how many movies you're missing out on. Unlike other VPNs, Surfshark allows you to protect an unlimited number of devices with a single subscription, meaning you can protect your phones, computer, tablet, and even smart TV, all simultaneously. Surfshark also has a bunch of other helpful
It's crazy how many VPNs there are. Like, I don't know how they all make money.
tools, like Surfshark Alert, which notifies you immediately if your email, passwords, or credit card information ever appear in a data breach, so you can sleep peacefully.
a lot.
Visit surfshark.com/SirW or enter promo code SirW for 4 months free. Surfshark also offers a 30-day money-back guarantee, so there's no risk in trying it out today.
I don't know.
By doing so, you're also helping me make more videos. While arguing with fans might take a toll on Neil, it doesn't affect his standing at Naughty Dog. In fact, in 2017, he's promoted to vice president of the company. Now he has full creative control and a fresh team of developers. It's time to get honest.
The writer's responsibility. You have no social responsibilities in your writing. The only thing you have a responsibility is to tell the truth.
Just in time to start working on their next big project, The Last of Us.
Part 2.
Part 2.
Whoa,
The whole world applauds.
Where the fuck did you
However,
come from?
some fans remain skeptical.
so you do.
Did they even need
But
to
I
make
didn't
a
see you
second
go
game?
in.
Wasn't the ambiguous
What the
ending
hell are you
the
doing
point?
in
And so we
Forest,
don't
man?
want to come out and say it's, oh, this is what we intend, or this is definitely the answer, because it is open.
Another entrance, huh? Listen, I'm already
I know there's a lot
in
of people
trouble
that
for
feel this
letting an
trepidation
uninvited
about
visitor into the
revisiting what that
bazaar.
ending
An
means.
exploding
No one
pig
loves
made
these
it past me,
characters
man.
more than we do, and we
Yeah,
would
head
not do
upstairs
this
and
if
talk
we
to
didn't feel like
Flash.
we had
He'll make
the
you
right
want to
idea.
Right off the bat, it's clear this is a Neil game. All of Neil's
about your
rejected
business.
ideas for the first game are back. The revenge plot, the switching between characters mechanic, and his idea to kill a main character from Uncharted 2. The extreme crunch is also
So let me get this straight. So Baldy was keeping him in check. Baldy gets removed. This guy makes his own game the way he wants it to be, and everybody hates it.
Hey, welcome to the house of
Where are we on
DJ
getting
RIP.
physics on these
That-
strands?
that explains a lot.
All right.
So
We're
for next
live
time?
in 3,
For next
2,
time?
They released a
Alright,
story trailer and
everybody,
gameplay demo,
it's time
and the
for
hype train
another round
is
of
now at
DJ
full speed.
RIP.
Wow.
The visuals
We
are
have some
stunning.
new
Every
faces.
square
What
inch
an
of the world
awesome
is drenched in
name.
detail.
Now, your
I
question
see this. It
in
reminds
the
me of
year
every single Unreal 5 game.
1984, a giant marshmallow man attacked the city of New
Yeah,
York.
that actually looks really
Believe
good.
it or not.
So they're making out with each other.
Yeah,
Wow.
has some tongue going in there. That's actually
Correct.
that is seriously that's
Anyway,
really
here is
really
your
good.
reward,
Yeah, to the detail.
fine folks.
And oh god.
Nevertheless,
DJ
even with just
RIP and
breadcrumbs,
you
the
said
online
some creepy
debates are
shit
already
going on
heating up.
around here.
There
That
started
used
to
to
be
be a
these
fine
rumors
place,
about the
but
game,
all right.
false narratives that the game has homophobic Christians, and that's who you fight. And then there's like a series of like YouTubers and websites that just run with this.
Neil knows the creative
Yeah.
choices aren't going to please
Hey there.
everybody, but as
Always
long
good
as
to
no
see
one
some
inside
friend-
spoils
oh,
anything,
don't mind
he
the
thinks the
smell.
backlash will be
Nothing some
manageable.
fragrant
And
flower
I
beds
was
would
able
fix.
to dismiss
Only
it,
thing
and then
is,
the
we
leaks,
can claim pig balls. You're
and
a
then all of a sudden
lifesaver.
it's like,
Yes, I smell nothing. Yep.
With only a
Except
couple
this,
months until the game's
traditional
release, someone
go-
leaks the
come back
biggest
now.
spoiler in the game, Joel's death scene in full. Plus the fact
Damn.
that you play as his killer for around half of the game. The YouTube video gets taken down at around 1,000 views, but that's enough. Neil braces for impact.
Just want to say on behalf of everyone at Naughty Dog, a lot of you have sent us very sweet, encouraging messages along that time that have been really helpful as we make this thing. And that was the lowest point in my life.
If the leaks are true, this game can kiss my ass.
The destruction of several characters that people are very attached to.
and like those voices jumped.
Everybody's trying to be George R.R. Martin. People are trying to be that guy that kills the really important character. And it's like, you know, like to write the story where
Talk
like
to our boss if
Gandalf
you're here to help.
dies in like, you know, the Fellowship of the Ring or something. Like they're trying to do this, you know, like, and you know, you saw this happen, and it's not that nobody can do it. I mean, they did it with Expedition 33, no spoilers included, but they did it. And it's not that you can't do it, but there's a lot of people that try and do it, and they fucking fail.
On Joel dying and the fact that you played Joel's killer, and then the fact that they said that like Joel's killer is transgender.
If you think that game could be spoiled by a couple screenshots, really?
No matter what you've seen
Yeah.
or heard
After you hear them, you're not going to want to pick up this game.
or read,
Damn.
nothing compares to playing this thing from beginning to end.
Joke throughout production would say is like the downfall of Naughty Dog.
This is it.
This is the downfall. This game is the downfall of Naughty Dog.
What?
The game releases in June 2020, and within hours of the game's release, hundreds of negative reviews start flooding the game's page.
This is the kind of shit that really is confusing
Hours of the
to me.
game's release, hundreds of
You look at this right here. This right here is the problem, and this is like this happened a few years ago, right? Like at this point, so like this is the reason why games journalism died. This right here. At the end of the day, what point does a review serve? What purpose does a review serve other than to inform the customer? And it is very obvious that for whatever reason, whether you agree with it or not, these professional reviews certainly did not represent the fucking customer.
Negative reviews start flooding the game's page.
Naughty Dog just went full The Last Jedi on this one. Like,
considering the game is supposed to be 20 to 30 hours long, the number of negative reviews raises some eyebrows. In response, some people even publish research articles dedicated to proving it's a coordinated attack. Sony start.
Yeah, it was a coordinated attack, but it probably also was a coordinated benefit because a lot of journalists and people, they put a very high value on things like diversity and different types of like social dynamics that are being represented in video games or in media, but that type of value isn't really represented by the public. So how is it fair that they overvalue it, but it's unfair whenever the players and the actual consumers undervalue it or anti-value it? That's the issue, and that's what's so confusing about this, is that it's very obvious that these people make it like, you know, like the Dragon Age the Veilguard getting a 9 out of 10. There's no way it was a 9 out of 10 game. Like, nobody thinks that. Nobody believed that. And IGN gave it that rating. Same with, like, Black Myth Wukong having an 8 out of 10 because of some bullshit thing that, like, wasn't even true. It was based off a bad translation. And so the big issue is that I think, yeah, you're right that you have a lot of negative reviews that happen. But if somebody gives a negative review for a reason why you're not going to consume a product, it doesn't matter as much as a review, in my opinion, of like somebody who actually played it and knew for sure. But it does matter. Like, you absolutely should be able to discuss, this is why I chose not to play this game.
Starts allegedly taking down hundreds of reviews.
Attacking gamers again, which, who's surprised? It's kind of funny that they'll delete the negative ones, right? But they won't delete the positive.
He's getting really salty that the game didn't go the way he wanted it.
Metacritic also implements a 72-hour waiting period for future reviews. Attacks are coming at Neil from all sides, but rather than letting it pass over, Neil goes full offense.
And all I'll say is, at the end of the day, to all our critics, we listen to that stuff and we digest a lot of it, but you're way less important. And some of you are not important at all when you're kind of shout and threaten and doing all that stuff.
The problem is that the game sucked. Okay, if Kojima said this, everybody would be spamming based. The problem is not that you're acting this way. The problem is that you're acting this way after your game flopped. That's the issue.
Laughable. We send it to each other as jokes some of the time.
Look, I get it. You love these fictional characters, but they're not real. You do know that, right? Guys, don't be scared of therapy. Think of it like working out for your brain. But soon, bad reviews aren't the only thing on Neil's plate. Some of the more observant fans notice lies in the marketing, mainly that Joel is added in post to make it look like he's a bigger part of the game. They also make him look different.
I don't know why they would do that. Just have scenes in the trailer with Joel in them. That's not hard to do. They went out of their way to cut clips to make it look like Joel is involved in the scene.
Fans call it false advertising.
So they're trying to bait people in there by knowing this is the character they like the most, and then they're gonna kill the character that they like the most, and then somehow this is gonna be what the fans want.
But Neil says he just didn't want to spoil the surprise.
Metal Gear Solid 2 is one of my favorite games, and I know some people hated it.
By the way, that's a completely justified reason. I don't mind that at all. For him to say that, that's totally okay.
I loved when I played Metal Gear Solid 2, and I saw those trailers. You were deceived, right? Because they moved boss battles around. You always saw Snake. They never showed you Raiden. And I remember, like I'm playing a whole new character. This is awesome.
However, fans bring up an IGN article from 2018.
A great example with this too is that it's Expedition 33. Like it's a kind of a new game, so I'm not going to spoil it. But it's very obvious that, you know, I mean, I had no idea that was going to happen. I had no idea at all. And it's because of the way that it was advertised. And that was a good thing.
Neil is saying Ellie will be the only playable character. To make the situation worse, as the Game Awards approach, when The Last of Us Part 2 is nominated for Game of the Year, Neil tweets, "The Last of Us fans, activate. For every vote you cast for The Last of Us Part 2, a hater loses their caps lock."
This wasn't a good tweet. First of all,
It's crazy how this guy, you know, heel versus babyface as went on that pronouns rant about Starfield. And it's like, again, it's like one of those things where like it just gets, it's like an appreciating asset. Like that rant becomes more relevant and more people resonate with it every single year.
It's a very passive-aggressive tweet, particularly with his emoji at the end.
He apologizes, saying it was all a misunderstanding.
Stop defending Neil Cuckman. Well, no, I was just saying that like, I don't know, like I'm just talking about this, just being fair, right? Like I'm saying like, oh yeah, that would make sense to me if you want to give people the impression this is what's going to happen. Like, yeah, I don't think it's bad to say that.
I want to come across as someone who dislikes criticism.
My tweet was meant as a joke, RE trolls.
Yeah.
Essentially, we're living in his head rent-free.
But none of his former fans buy it. Multiple YouTubers report receiving strikes from Neil over videos critical of the game or the leaks.
Not only did Naughty Dog strike down my YouTube channel along with so many others, they also are responsible for my Twitter account being taken down.
Come September 2020.
Where's the fucking receipts for something like that, you know?
Neil's ongoing battle with fans hasn't died down, and Naughty Dog hasn't announced any new games. Fans are getting impatient, but it gets worse. In 2022, they announced a $70 remake of The Last of Us Part 1. $70? For a remake of a $20 game that's already been remastered. Well, at least it's...
They gotta have that money. Yep, they need that money.
It's coming to PC. Hopefully the port is okay. Oh boy. Players booted up.
Wow.
And it's, well...
Wasn't that, the Prime Minister of Canada?
After over an hour of waiting for it to build shaders, frame rate issues on the most high-end computers, textures not loading properly, and cutscenes where all the characters are wet. How does this one even work?
If you plan on buying The Last of Us 1 remake, you're an idiot.
You don't deserve to call yourself a gamer or ever play video games again. In fact, you don't even deserve to peek at a video game again. And quite frankly, I hope your hands cramp up.
After 2 years...
Who is this guy?
Sales disappoint. Critics call it unnecessary, and the goodwill in Neil's haters all but evaporates.
Yeah, I remember when this came out.
Druckmann became an egomaniac after The Last of Us, and lost his sense of humility.
Fast forward a year, and things aren't looking much better. In terms of games, just remasters.
Yeah, I think that a lot of people don't like Neil Druckmann because he comes off as the most pretentious theater kid, like, you know, trying to put on and project the image of being this, like, tormented, you know, like, writer or, like, you know, like, creative mind. It's like this guy's Vincent Van Gogh, but the only thing that he did was stab himself in the chest.
The bazaar's not perfectly safe.
You know?
Beauties in my theater.
Or cut off his ear.
Come to Eidolon.
But Neil feels good. He's been promoted to head of Naughty Dog, and HBO launches The Last of Us TV series. Before it's released, Neil announces major changes to the story, with no input from Bruce Straley as far as anyone knows.
That's convenient.
The build sequence works very well in the game because you're fighting the infected with build. I think if we had adapted that exactly as is for the show, maybe a thrilling episode, but dramatically would have been a lot less interesting than where we've ended up, which we changed it quite a bit.
His ex-fans are primed to hate it, but in the end, it's actually pretty good. In fact, HBO says it's one of their most popular shows that year. Neil becomes somewhat of a mainstream celebrity. New fans start pouring in. Game sales spike, and he finally feels like he has some people on his side. Until season 2.
Baby. I know where
It's
to find
crazy
some
because
old
that's
movie.
exactly what
So
happened with the
it's
game.
Easy as a
It's
slice
almost
of
like if
apple
you tell a
pie.
story,
The
like this
bunker
is a
has
big
been
fantasy
abandoned
that a
for
lot of
you
people that are in
anytime,
media believe,
gorgeous. The
is that the
flaps, a bit of a
average
sup.
modern
They're
audience cares less about
fantastic.
these
This
social
is
issues and different
yes,
types of
to
dynamics than
come
gamers
back
do.
again
But the
soon.
reality is that in
Those
fact it's the
asses
opposite.
are too
Gamers and
beautiful
you
to
know, like
stay
online
gone.
people are much more accepting and open-minded of things like non-traditional gender roles, non-heteronormative relationships. Like all of the things that, you know, people complain about woke stuff with, there's a lot of like average Walmart Americans, and they just see that on the TV and say, oh, this is weird. What's a... Oh shit! This is. Oh, I didn't watch this game. Okay, what's this?
Are you here to
And
fight
they're
the monsters? I'm Quarex, by the way.
They don't even think about it.
This is my cool museum.
Yeah, but if you push it right, like they're not even like.
This way.
It's not like they're getting mad. They're not writing like a whole thing about it. They're just.
Is a collection of the rarest of the. Well, it's toys and games mostly, and some mementos, but they're all really cool. I promise. belonged to Mr. Cynical from Angel Oracle out in LA, a fellow game aficionado. He lived his life trying to help the little guy, defending them against bullies and end-level bosses. In the end, though, a boss got him, and well, he didn't make it. I keep his hat around to remind me to be honest and decent like he was. This is the most sought-after gaming... Made it past Telluride today. Found a guy there who sold me some rat jerky. There's a caravan heading for Boulder, and I'm going to try to... If this thing was working, we'd all be dead by now. It has property of MF on it. I hope that doesn't mean what I think it does. And that's it. Let me know if you have any questions.
Just like, oh, this is weird, I'm not going to watch this. And that's what an average person, I think, does a lot. And I think that what these people believe is that average people, because they think they're average, but they're not average. This is like a very unique viewpoint that they have. Average people are totally okay with this stuff, but they are absolutely not.
It kind of depends on... That's why I'm here.
Why people didn't like the second game and season has nothing to do with woke. It did in the game. People didn't like that Abby character because she had a non-female body, and they thought that it was a weird type of like representation. And I think that that definitely was a big reason why. Like, I didn't even play the game, and I know that. I mean, I'm just saying, like, that is the reason. Like, it goes beyond that. No. But what I'm saying is that you're right. You're right. Maybe it's not woke stuff, it's the story, is what you guys are saying. You're right about that. But I'm saying also, whenever you're talking about putting these ideas out to the public dislikes them more than you'd imagine.
Cash first and I'll fix
Turns
you
out
right up.
fans of the show who haven't played the games have no idea what's in store.
Anything else?
The golf club?
Ah, the self-medicating sort.
Guys,
Sure,
I
take a
don't
look.
know what to do right now. I don't know what to do right now.
It was gonna happen this soon.
And after Joel's big moment, public opinion shifts. IGN gives the episode their lowest rating in history.
The result is a competent, often thrilling hour of television, but one that ultimately underserves the larger story and the characters it forever changes.
Viewership starts to fall off, and the season finale sees a 55% drop from the first season.
You have to expect that some people would just switch off after that, and people have switched off in their droves. But not only that,
in December 2024, fans finally get a brief glimpse of something.
It just keeps getting worse.
This time Neil has an executive producer role. But that doesn't make it void of controversy.
Bro, I saw that Intergalactic, the heretic prophet, literally had more dislikes than Concord.
Actress for Naughty Dog's upcoming game Intergalactic Heretic Prophet mocked gamers by sharing pro-DEI fan art. These are games that definitely are
I love how this happens, and like what's really funny is that the current reality is that this game is underwater, and they have to they apparently are telling people at the studio not to go on the internet and not to talk about it or think about it. And then this game, they totally changed the way that Siri looked from the original video, or at least Siri looks. It's very hard to say whether they changed it or not, but Siri looks totally different than the way she did from the original video, and she is 100% hotter. So, like, this is literally an L and an L.
Gamer,
it'll get shadow dropped,
boycotted.
But Neil says not to worry, that this next game is going to deal with a much less controversial subject matter.
Oh, we made a game with The Last of Us 2. We made certain creative decisions that got us a lot of hate. So the joke is like, you know what? Let's do something that people won't care as much about. Let's make a game about faith and religion.
Whether it's any good or not, we've yet to see. But it's clear Neil's not taking his foot off the brake anytime soon.
I can respect a guy that's got his ideas, you know, and he has his creative vision and he wants to do it. But at the same time, I don't really think this is going to go anywhere. And I feel like, honestly, with a lot of studios, there's a video, give it a like. I've never actually watched one of this guy's videos, Sir W. And yeah, it has 89,000 subscribers. This is a good video. And it's funny for me to see this, but I do think that Neil Druckmann has become like the fucking... like, he has become the spirit animal of every pretentious, annoying, woke, theater kid, pretend, tormented artist, writer that just makes shitty stories that people don't like. I feel like this is the guy, right? The anti-Kojima, yeah, because everybody wants to be Kojima, and like this is like our, you know how like sometimes they have like a fucking store brand of something, like the Great Value. This is like our Great Value Kojima, and it's sad. And I think also there's a lot of people that write great stories, and they just don't do like all the self-aggrandizement.
Nothing much, really.
You know, like Shadowbringer's story was written by a woman apparently in Final Fantasy. People love that. You got the Expedition 33. People love that.
I ain't even close
to
having enough money to pay the ransom. Even if I did, I suspect they'd just kill us all. Honestly, they might double-cross you, but let me show you where to find our old home. See you there. Don't take too long, okay? Meet you at the family homestead.
How is this a threat? Well, it threatens their money because nobody wants to buy garbage whenever they don't have to.
You need to stop what you're doing right now. I see what you're doing. I saw what you said. You should not.
What did I do?
Stop celebrating the success of these 30-person studios that are doing more with 30 people than most video game studios can do with 600.
No, I love how like some of the developers try to like use the idea of like, oh, we're gonna try to make you feel sorry for us because our games aren't doing well. Like, how can you cheer for a game failing? That's easy. It's super easy.
Instead, you need to panic. We all need to panic because the deprofessionalization of the games industry is on the horizon. At least that's what they're calling it. And that means that there are fewer roles in marketing.
Mr. Manor.
Cultural consulting.
Such a polite sentiment.
Brace yourselves for this one.
Go
HR,
inside.
less roles in
Speak
middle
to Mr.
management.
Jacob Martin, or as others call him, Flab.
Oh, jeez.
So today we're going to be talking about
people with useless bullshit jobs that add no value to the product or the company whatsoever are losing them. Oh, guys. Oh.
Gotta be a little patient.
Oh.
How apparently it's a bad thing that more people are making games on their own because that means less opportunities for the real professionals. Oh yeah, this is going to be good.
There it is.
Once success starts happening outside of the system, all of a sudden it's not about whether or not games are good. No, it's about who's not getting paid to make them. Accountability is a rare thing in the games industry. I've noticed that more times than not. And so many people want to shift the blame on
the reason why they want accountability displaced is because they are products of an apparatus that displaces accountability. What people that are lazy love doing is they love displacing fault between so many people that nobody can actually be assigned blame when something goes wrong, because it's just a failure of an apparatus that is too large to deconstruct. And it is designed that way on purpose.
The warrants were excavated from decades.
Somebody else who would have created enemy out of thin air, or they want to appeal to empathy for job security. And now we need to be careful.
It's like, here's a really good personal example. Have you guys ever had a problem with somebody, and whether it's a girlfriend, maybe a toxic relationship, something like that, and they say, oh, well, we both made mistakes? It's like, bitch, you made 98% of the mistakes, and I got mad at you for it.
We'll come back on our way out.
That's basically what they try to do, but in a corporate level with 150 people.
How much we enjoy these indie games, because it could hurt AAA. You need to put down that Expedition 33.
Yeah.
Poke somebody's eye out with that thing. But before that, a word from today's sponsor. If game publishers are willing to charge $80 for digital games that you don't actually own, track your behavior, and block content behind online-only DRM, what do you think they are doing with your data? Yeah,
I know what they're doing.
That's why I use NordVPN, and you probably should too. NordVPN encrypts your internet traffic, blocks trackers and malicious websites with on the internet gives discrimination. You haven't just talked about guarantee. Thank you to NordVPN for sponsoring today's video. Indie games haven't just found success in recent years, they have dominated, not just as underdogs, but as some of the most beloved and talked about titles in the industry. And indie has become a bit of a spectrum. On one end, you have studios like Larian with Baldur's Gate 3, or Sandfall Interactive with Expedition 33, well-funded, still operating.
Indie games are just simply games that don't have a publisher. That's it.
Outside of the grip of traditional publishers.
That's the definition.
On the other end, you have solo developers like Tyler with Schedule 1 or Local Thunk, the creator of Volatro. Completely different scales, but the same result. Self-run, self-funded, and most importantly, unrestricted by AAA. As tools become
so funny for me to watch people play this game the way it's supposed to be played. God, how embarrassing.
More accessible, and these games keep hitting both critically and commercially. More creators are jumping in. Some are seasoned veterans that are finally breaking free to go make something they actually want to. Others are just complete newcomers. But the point is, they're doing it, and they're doing it on their own, and that's where the friction starts. Because every new success story from the indie world exposes just how bloated and inefficient the traditional studio system has become. And for some people, that's a threat, especially if you're...
This is inside of all corporations. I think that this is a problem of corporate bloat that's happened inside of all tech companies. And this is why, like, I think that there's a form of organizational and managerial entropy that happens inside of these companies, where more management begets more management, and before you know it, all you get is management, and that's the problem. Middle management? Yeah, exactly.
Job exists within a 500-person pipeline.
Yeah, like look at Twitter before Elon, look at Meta, look at all these companies, and think about how many people that they let go, and think about the fact that the product did not change. That should say a lot.
All-purpose developers are doing to AAA what YouTubers did to network television, what streamers did to cable news. They are proving that you don't need 10 departments and 1,000 employees to make something that people actually care about. And just like how content creators are often branded as unprofessional by legacy media, indie developers are now getting the same treatment from the AAA establishment.
Unprofessional means unwilling to work within the imagined confines that have been invented for you. Oh, you're being unprofessional. How is that? Well, you're not playing by our rules. Yeah, that's because your rules are bullshit. It's pretty simple.
Bryant Francis of GameDeveloper.com titled "The Deprofessionalization of Video Games" was on full display at PAX East.
Look at bro. Oh God, yep. Yeah, that's exactly the kind of guy that. Yeah, it's either that or a boomer.
Can't thank you
East felt like a war. Explosively successful games by solo devs and small teams are great, but it could lead to the death of vital specialists. He writes, at DICE and GDC this year, I heard talk of a trend in game development that sent a chill down my spine. Deprofessionalization, as A16Z marketing partner Ryan K. Rigney defines it,
Be aware of this. Is A16Z is it's like a sub-fund for Andreessen. Mark Andreessen runs the most successful venture capitalist firm in the entire world. But this random idiot video game journalist is being scared by this. And also, by the way, I've interacted with people that work at this company. They're smart. They know what they're doing.
Is a phenomenon driven by the overperformance of older
They're
titles.
getting paid a lot more than he is, too. I guarantee it.
Particularly free-to-play live service games, large studios struggling to drive sales, and the outsized success of some solo developers and small teams. These three forces, he argues, will combine to drive career professionals from the traditional professionalized side of the games industry.
Drive career professionals from traditional professionalized sides of games? Yeah, that's the goal. Because they're worthless and they add no value. Yeah, that's the point. Duh. Yeah, now you get it.
These people will decide to go indie, he continues. Others will leave gaming altogether. And in between, there is a vast spectrum of irregular working arrangements available. Yeah, I'm going to have to stop you right there. The idea that indie success is driving career professionals out of the industry is such a warped...
It is. It is, because why is it that you need all these people? It's like Iron Man 1. Tony Stark built this in the fucking basement, and you can't build this with a lab. What the fuck do I need you for? And I'm gonna be honest, he wasn't really wrong. That's a great point. Floating door, holy shit, thank you for the subs. And Luke the pizza guy, Jesus, you guys are gifting subs like crazy. Thank you. Thank you, I appreciate it, guys.
Take that it's almost impressive.
I'm serious.
Let's just ignore the last 5 years
yes.
of layoffs, project cancellations, and ruthless studio consolidation, and instead blame the one guy who made a viral hit in his bedroom.
Yeah.
That's the villain now. Major studios have been pushing these people out long before indie would even come into this conversation. Specialized talent wasn't being nurtured, it was being discarded. Projects were getting rebooted mid-development. QA is being outsourced, and artists are being chewed up and spat out like they were nothing more than replaceable assets. Indie success didn't create this brain drain. It gave people a reason to leave willingly or a place to go if they didn't. So if those same professionals now look at indie devs and think, yeah, I'd rather take the risk and make something real, that's not deprofessionalization, that is liberation. And
that's
honestly,
reprofessionalization, because their job is to make video games, not exist inside of a bureaucratic Karenocracy that's been created in order to make sure that people get payroll for doing something that creates no value.
That's a good thing, and this industry needs more of it. Because the reality is, the parts of this industry that this article feels are being threatened, the corporate monoliths like Activision, EA, Ubisoft, Epic, are the same companies that are responsible for most of what's broken right now. Bloated budgets, monetization first design, copycat games that are designed to mimic Fortnite or Call of Duty. If those studios are shedding talent, maybe that's because they've become the worst place to put it. And if those same professionals that are being kicked out of the industry go on to build the next Larian, the next Supergiant, or the next Sandfall Entertainment, that's not a loss. That's the start of something better. The writer goes on to say, wandering through these booths, I found a mix of truly excellent and inspiring games, but also found myself bubbling with frustration. Few developers on display were working with teams larger than 3 people. They talked about publishers...
And this was frustrating to you? Why was this frustrating? We have ourselves a bureaucracy enjoyer. What the fuck is this problem? A lot of people fall victim to the idea that the way things are... Let me see if I can find it.
You know, throughout the years in business, I found something, which was I'd always ask why you do things. And the answers you invariably get are, oh, that's just the way it's done. Nobody knows why they do what they do. Nobody thinks about things very deeply in business. That's what I found. I'll give you an example. When we were building our Apple I's in the garage, we knew exactly what they cost. When we got into factory in the Apple II days, the accounting had this notion of a standard cost.
Right,
where
what's that?
you kind of set a standard cost, and then at the end of a quarter, you'd adjust it with a variance.
It sounds like a job for somebody else.
And I kept asking, well, why do we do this? And the answer was, well, that's just the way it's done. And after about 6 months of digging into this, what I realized was The reason you do it is because you don't really have good enough controls to know how much it costs, so you guess, and then you fix your guess at the end of the quarter.
Right.
And the reason you don't know how much it costs is because your information systems aren't good enough. So, but nobody said it that way. And so later on, when we designed this automated factory for Macintosh, we were able to get rid of a lot of these antiquated concepts. You know exactly what something costs to the second. So in business, a lot of things are, I call it folk, done because they were done yesterday and the day before. And so what that means is if you're willing to sort of ask a lot of questions and think about things and work really hard, you can learn business pretty fast. It's not the hardest thing in the world.
I guess you just can't say the same thing for journalism, though, right? I just want you guys to hear it from the guy himself. Okay? Apple's literally overpriced. Well, Steve Jobs been out of the picture for a while. The last transcendent product that Apple made was oversaw by Steve Jobs with the iPhone.
Wanting ever more expensive offerings as a part of their pitch deck, short-term contractors seem to be the best way to plug
you think about it. Every single one of us has equivalent to what an iPhone 1 was in our pocket probably right now, except for 3 or 4 of you guys that are probably drug dealers that are using a flip phone. That is crazy.
Apps, why did it feel like so few proper businesses were fighting to get their games in front of players at PAX? Speaking with Rickney and other developers, I sense that deprofessionalization isn't a catchy phrase to describe the demand side of economics.
Steve Jobs would have 100% fired this guy. Yep, this guy would have been fired by... Bro, Steve would have had this dude out on his ass. He would have had his shit in a box. Ooh. In an instant,
industry hiring. It's a frustrating reality that may undervalue games from big and small teams alike. Rickney offered some extra nuance on his deprofessionalization theory in an email exchange we had before PAX.
Right.
He predicted that marketing roles at studios would be the first on the chopping block.
Good. The people that run marketing campaigns at most publishing studios and development studios are retarded. They are. They're stupid. And I'll tell you, like, so whenever I do sponsorships, they'll tell me what to do, and I'll be like, okay. And then I just don't do it. I just do it my way, and my way is always better. That's it.
Followed by roles that seem to be replaceable to management, even if they're not. I genuinely cannot believe that this article exists. The writer walks through PAX, sees a wave of exciting and inspiring indie games made by teams of 3 or fewer, and comes away frustrated. Why? Because there weren't enough proper businesses represented? What does that even mean? You just admitted that these indie teams are doing great work, but then you're upset because they're not expensive enough because the teams are so small? And then you go on to quote developers saying that publishers are demanding...
Yeah, you're mad, bro. Like, and the thing is that the reason why he's upset is he knows what this means to everything else in the industry.
Bigger budgets to take their pitches seriously, and somehow that isn't the problem. You don't see the connection. The developers at PAX didn't create the system, the publishers did. This entire bloated mess is a natural result of an industry obsessed with scale, overspending, risk aversion. These indie devs are simply surviving despite it. But of course, now we arrive at the heart of the article, that scary word, deprofessionalization, and suddenly the tone shifts. The accomplishments of these studios get brushed aside. Their success becomes a problem, not a triumph. Because, oh no, they shipped a game that people actually like without a marketing team, or a Ludo narrative synergy specialist,
That's
or
right.
a lead...
Do you guys know what that is? No, and they don't either. Just a it's a retard, worthless position that adds no value. Yep. Just a worthless position.
Hey! Not much use.
Put it in the garbage.
Experiential curator.
Yep.
No. Wait.
Like a live streamer? The thing is that live streamers, I think, are actually one of the main things that are the most capitalist and the most free market fair. Because every single person chooses to watch somebody or not watch somebody. So if you fail as a live streamer or you fail as a content creator, you have failed because you went into the free market and you lost. That's it. That's on you.
Guys, I've said this before, and I'm going to keep saying it. One of the biggest issues in AAA development is bloat. Bloated teams, bloated budgets, bloated management structures where nobody knows what the person next to them actually even does. You end up with departments that are built to manage other departments, pipelines that are so tangled that you can't even see the final product, and a burn rate that is so high, it is a miracle that anything gets shipped at all. And then they warn us, brace yourselves, marketing might be the first roll on the chopping block.
Brace yourself, guys. Video games are going to become more expensive. Yeah, sure.
Good. Most marketing departments in this industry are completely useless. It has never been easier to get your game in front of players if your game is actually good. You can't make that kind of traction anymore. You can spend millions of dollars plastering Avowed on trains and buses, put an ad in Times Square, but it won't matter if the game doesn't deliver. Meanwhile, Expedition 33 has people screaming about the soundtrack, the story, the characters, the combat, because the game itself is worth talking about. You don't need a 30-person marketing team if your game hits. You need a game that deserves to.
You need a good game. That's all you need. You need a good game. And if you want a good marketing push, you can get that. And I think marketing pushes do help certain games, but you can't polish a turd. You can't put lipstick on a pig. It doesn't matter how many people you pay to play your game. And also, like, I have a huge problem with the way that companies and marketing agencies handle promotions for streamers. I think that they are creating so many problems by how badly they handle them. I unironically think that I could do a way better job. They're wasting, I'm not even kidding you guys, $2 to $10 million on the regular. Imagine example. I don't want to make an example because if I mention that company, I would want them to work with me in the future. And so, but like, there's a lot of examples. I'll give you one. Immortals of Avenum. There. How about that?
Right now, that's what's going on. And it's not deprofessionalization, it's rebalancing. This industry has been top-heavy for too long, and that weight is finally starting.
Whoever was in charge of that marketing campaign should never be in charge of anything ever again.
To shift towards the people who actually build the damn thing. The article then pivots to acknowledge a different kind of success story, the creative renegades, the ones that are making weird, original, impossible to greenlight games that traditional publishers would have laughed out of the room. Brittany praises them, calling them out as this is the only creative industry on the planet where one person can make $100 million making something by themselves, which, yes,
what about crypto?
True, but the tone here still drips with discomfort, like it's a cool fluke and not something to build around. Now, to the author's credit, they go on to clarify that small teams aren't obligated to hire anyone. They are doing what they can with what they have, and better tools have made that possible. But here's where the framing starts to slide sideways. They say what feels wrong is that so few people benefit from this new status quo. Not that small teams...
Let me get this straight. The millions of gamers that now don't have to pay $80 for video games don't count, but it's the 400 HR useless garbage jobs that add no value. They're the ones that we need to care about. So the customer just isn't even considered. Well, it's no wonder this guy's a journalist.
Are succeeding, but that too many people aren't a part of it. They then go back to Rigney and bring up a new example, Aaron Rutledge, formerly designer of League of Legends, Black Ops 4, and Apex Legends, now running a consulting firm called Area Denial, basically a hired gun. The writer admits that his career sounds romantic, but then calls this model a structure that celebrates the few over the many, one that elevates roles like design and programming while leaving out non-essential positions. What is this? How do you go from saying
you just self-reported?
You're not actually so mean, are you? We can be friends.
You self-reported it. You said it yourself.
I'll teach you how to talk to the moon, okay? But you
non-essential.
Real quiet.
Then why are you there?
And you gotta eat a few dreams first.
This is the only creative industry on the planet where one person can make $100 million by themselves, to immediately following that with what feels wrong about this is how so few people seem to benefit from this status quo. Do you hear yourself? This is the benefit. That is the shift. We are no longer living in an era where you need to get a green light from a publisher, sit in a cubicle farm for 6 years, and then get your name buried in credits under 5 layers of management.
Or do you think they think this way? A lot of people really like the, I think that a lot of people don't understand the comfort that a large-scale bureaucracy brings, because people can be comfortable and safe inside of it without having to worry that they're at risk, they're going to lose their job, it's the status quo, everything is normal, there's not going to be any big problems, everything's going to be okay. Mediocre people are against meritocracy. Yeah. If you want to find out who the real losers are, figure out who doesn't want to work on commission.
I'm sure she meant
witnessing one of the most democratizing eras in video game development history, and somehow your takeaway is, but not everybody gets to enjoy the ride? Of course they don't, but that's always been the case, but now the door is actually open. Look at Path of Exile and Grinding Gear Games, a tiny studio in New Zealand that grew to a 200-person powerhouse. It's working on 2 full-scale games. Look at Expedition 33, built by ex-Ubisoft developers, a composer that they found on SoundCloud, and Jennifer Svedberg-Yen, a former private equity investor who just wrote what might be this year's Game of the Year. The indie boom is not excluding people. It is including people that AAA would have never hired in the first place.
That's what scares them. Is because they've built up an entire network and an entire apparatus that protects them and isolates them and makes them the sole beneficiaries of this industry. And now that the industry is becoming more democratized, now that it's becoming more open, those traditional avenues are becoming antiquated and vestigial. And now you see these companies that operated like the Titanic. Well, now they can't afford to move away from the icebergs anymore. And they hit them over and over, like with Concord and Marathon and all these other games that are going to come out and have the same problems.
Old system kept the gates locked. This new era is tearing them down. What you're seeing isn't exclusion, it's a healing process, a long overdue correction of decades of bloat, overreach, and creative stagnation. I'm going to get some people that are going to disagree with me on this, and that's fine. I do not believe in supporting these bloated structures, systems, and bureaucracy more than anything else, all in the name of job preservation. I think that it is a pathetic narrative.
No. If you can't earn your keep, then they don't need to pay you. Nobody owes you a job. That's not how the world works. That's it. It just doesn't work. Like, I mean, nobody thinks that. The only people that think that are people that want to get money for free for doing nothing. And also, by the way, the only people that are disagreeing with me are disagreeing with me because they're not in a position to have to lose money.
That is driven by people that resist progress. And in a lot of cases, because they don't want to adapt, they want to make it everybody else's problem. This is something that has happened since the dawn of industries in trade. Anytime there are changes in the market, anytime new technology is introduced, old jobs go out, new jobs come in, some jobs get displaced, and in some cases, like the video game industry, well, the industry gets decentralized. That's why we see a private equity investor starting to write for video games.
Well, how do you think somebody starts writing for video games? Do you think they have to go to school for 4 years and read Mario scripts and then finally they understand how to write for video games? They have to read every Shakespearean novel and then get a degree in a university and now they're qualified to write for video games? Who the fuck decided this? Nobody decided this. It's ridiculous. It's totally made up.
Gone through the exact same thing, otherwise you wouldn't have a guy that worked 8 years in construction that has no journalistic background whatsoever, that's writing reviews for video games and writing video essays on YouTube. I think the real problem for these people, and what really scares them, is that average, everyday people are getting involved in these industries and in some cases getting rich because of it. They don't like that.
It hurts their bureaucracy.
This apartment.
Is scaling.
Apartments.
On top of that, these people do not have the credentials that they want.
Yep.
They didn't go to college for it.
Yeah.
Sounds like a you problem, not a me problem.
Yes. Oh, well, but they don't even have $40,000 of student debt. Well, if they would, they wouldn't anymore because they just made $1 million selling a good game.
Hi.
That's the problem. Is that you do need to go to college for certain things, but the majority of things you don't probably need to go to college for, except for a few specific things. I learned more about business from World of Warcraft than I did from business school, sans accounting. Accounting was important. Everything else was a waste of time.
Please don't tell the marshals. But not
Let's be
smart enough to
honest,
make
this
good
article,
quality
especially coming from
clones.
the
I
media's
can't
point of
even
view,
make one
this
as
is
good
more
as
about
myself.
control.
And I'm
Indie
worth
games
that.
are harder to predict.
No.
They're harder
Did
to
you kill
market.
them?
And for them specifically, it is much more difficult for them to monetize from the outside. Not for everybody else. It definitely is for them.
Until he
No more
decided on
guaranteed
the
preview
original-
cycles, no
you know,
more
you'll
demos
believe me.
behind closed
Don't you?
doors, no more getting cozy with their PR team. No, you're on even footing with guys like me, and I bet that keeps you up at night.
Well, that's not what keeps
true.
them up at night.
I'm
What keeps them
not.
up at
I'm
night is
totally
making
not.
sure that
So,
they get all their applications
you're not
sent in
gonna
to
arrest
Burger King so they can keep having a job.
You're good. Thank
Maybe
you
what keeps
so
them up at
much.
night is doing those late night deliveries
Okay.
for DoorDash. Because this reality already hit them 2 years ago.
But this argument is going to shift now.
Welcome home.
Now instead they want to talk about who does not benefit from going indie. Because
Welcome
indie
home.
developers do not hire these specialists that only do one thing. And it's really funny because this feels like this is the only industry where doing more than one thing is a threat instead of just doing your job.
Is efficiency.
The writer then goes on to say, my PAX trip validated my fear that 3 professions are especially vulnerable in this deprofessionalized world. Artists, writers, and those working in game audio
Thanks again
or music.
for letting me join
That's
the
not
Ranger.
true.
See you at the
Way
Ranger
more than
headquarters
3 are
soon.
vulnerable.
Books for sale.
These roles seemed vulnerable because on these small teams, they were roles that developers mentioned doing in some sort of shared or joint fashion. All 3 risk compartmentalization as asset creators, their work treated as products you can purchase off of a store shelf. The writer then expands on this fear by pointing to broader industry shifts. He argues that in-house art positions are disappearing as studios are increasingly outsourcing asset creation overseas to cut costs. This move, he suggests, is being reinforced by the rising use of AI-generated art, something he openly criticizes.
That look like dog shit. What's
Sorry,
really
I
funny to
didn't-
me about the people that
I didn't
complain
mean to
about AI
interrupt.
art is
People
that
keep thinking what was the
nowadays,
harm. I never
my
killed no
understanding
one.
is
We're
that a
starving.
lot of AAA
No two
game
ways
development
about it.
studios do use
We're going
AI
to
art
die.
and they do use AI
The
technology,
Horsees gave us food.
and nobody
Figured
knows
a
it.
few windows was a worthwhile trade. I thought it was too harsh.
They're
But
already
what happens
doing
if I
this.
speak up now? Magistrate tells me it's death. Gonna
It
strip
for
me
now,
down.
yeah, it's already happening.
Wish I could tell you it won't,
You're so
kid.
stupid you don't even
But that'd be
know
a
that you're
lie.
stupid.
Magistrate's a
for its
hard
poor
man.
quality, but sees
I
its
don't have
gaining
any
momentum
money to give you,
anyway.
but
In his
I'd
view,
pay
the
you back
value of
if I'm
artists is
used to
being
hard work
eroded
around the
not
homes.
because
I
their
always
work is
dreamed of
bad,
coming to
but
the big
because
city
it's
and
now
being a
seen as something that can be
newspaper man.
cheaply replicated
You know,
or
no,
bought off of a
but if
shelf.
I'm to die-
Even art directors, he noted, are surviving not on creative output,
This kid's
but on
going
their
into
ability to
Pillory's next.
delegate. When it comes to narrative, the critique gets a little bit more
Yeah.
personal. The writer cites industry layoffs, pointing out that writers made up the highest percentage of reported job
What
losses in the
brings you
last
here?
year. He attributes this to 2 diverging
His
trends,
crime's
the
a
success of
steal
games that
severe.
minimize storytelling
He was
altogether
part of
and the
the
increase in
Dorsey
tendency for
uprising.
story-driven
He
titles to
caused
be written by a
significant property
select
damage.
few, usually the creative
This
director
you
or
should
maybe
inform
1
the
or
boy.
2 trusted collaborators.
Best
Leaving
The
TV.
reason why a lot of story games are dying is
Not looking
because
forward
they're
to it. What?
written by
Soon as-
fat,
thank you.
boring,
Thank you.
lazy,
Thank you. Thanks,
stupid,
Rangers. Can't wait to get outta
over-entitled
here.
theater kid millennials.
Rangers.
And
Can't wait
the
to-
stories
thanks,
that
Rangers.
J.R.R.
Can't wait to get
Tolkien
outta
wrote
here.
after his trauma inside of World War I versus the trauma that
Got
this
any good
person
news,
had
Rangers?
because
I
their
sure
parents
could
wouldn't
use
get
what's
them,
on
let
your
them have a
mind.
nose ring at age 14 are
Best
simply
no
not
offense to the
equivalent.
100
These
Roger
people
that.
can't write stories. They don't understand drama. They don't have any sort of relatable personality in any capacity. All of their stories are basically coming down to what if every stupid thing that we thought when we were 14 was actually true and all of our parents were wrong and every strong-willed character that is pig-headed and stubborn is actually the winner in the outcome. Do you want to know why they write stories like that? Because that's who they are. That's the reason why. The reason why stories are being written that are garbage is because the people writing them are garbage.
For roles for dedicated narrative teams. He also then reflects on long-standing frustrations that writers face in game development, many of them brought in late, treated as an afterthought, or positioned in conflict with the broader design goals. Some studios have tried to bridge this gap by rebranding writers as narrative designers, combining them with implementation, but the implication, he argues, is clear. Being just a writer is no longer enough. As for music and sound design, his concerns are much more structural. Audio work, he says, is increasingly handled through asset libraries, with implementation often falling on the other team members. While some composers prefer the freedom to work across multiple projects, he sees this shift as another sign that audio professionals, like artists and writers, are being treated more like support staff than essential contributors. And there it is, the famous self-insert, the emotional reveal, and honestly probably the real source of this article's frustration. It's kind of hilarious that they still can't see the correlation. Small teams prioritizing design and programming, and those are the games that are succeeding. I hate to be the one to say it, but artistic roles are less essential, at least at the start. If a game isn't fun, if it doesn't play well, it doesn't matter how pretty the lighting or how cinematic the game feels.
Oh, well, if you look at the wrinkles on the character's skin, and oh, wow, look at this. See how their eyebrows are? Oh, my God. Why aren't people... Why? Hey, wait a minute. Wait, you got laid off, too? What the hell is happening? It's so ridiculous. How can these people be so delusional?
Hey, this one can talk.
Indie is thriving right now because it's the exact opposite of AAA. It's gameplay and performance first, everything else after. That's what players care about. Now, I'm not going to sit here and tell you guys that there's no value in talented artists, musicians, or writers. Hell, they're some of the most celebrated people in the industry. There absolutely is value in them.
It's again polishing a turd. Like, for example, I was never interested in playing Skyrim, but I love the music in Skyrim. It matters, but it's not going to sell a game.
But let's be real, those roles only exist because of programmers and designers. Without their core systems and mechanics, you're not making a game, you're making a slideshow with music. These creative roles, no matter how skilled, are built on top of a foundation that they didn't pour. They're contributors, not cornerstones. And those roles can only thrive if the studio is stable enough, profitable enough, and able to actually invest in things that aren't essential to core gameplay. What's wild to me is the complete lack of accountability here. This article paints it like it's some sort of injustice that small indie teams often share roles, where creative directors also write, animate, and score the game, where people that are rigging the characters are also building the gameplay systems that they move through. But that's not dysfunction, that's adaptability. That's what a general...
That's smart. Of course you want to have synthesis inside of the different marketing teams and the different teams that you have. Why the fuck would you not want that? Obviously you want that. You want to have cohesion. Yes, the
just have like a clone.
One person can do, the more cohesion you're going to have inside of a product. Like, of course that's a good thing. How could you think that?
That's how most industries work outside of gaming. Hell, I would bet almost everybody that is watching this video right now does way more than their job title suggests. When I worked in construction, I was constantly operating outside of my role, handling HR things like hiring and firing, writing environmental reports, coordinating with government agencies, researching equipment, contacting suppliers, creating and fulfilling purchase orders, even learning to read P&IDs and mechanical drawings. I got more involved in the process because that's what my job required. That's what being useful meant. Wearing multiple hats isn't a threat to job security, it's a privilege, it's a responsibility, and in most industries, it's expected. Look at Ubisoft, they are bloated with specialists right now, yet they are completely directionless.
Remember whenever that guy, they had like a specialist for
These guys are doing in here.
And he spent like 15 minutes talking about the water. I wonder how he's doing.
The first Assassin's Creed trilogy was made with around 150 developers. Now they have over 1,000 people working on a single entry, and every release gets further away from what made that series special. Guillaume Broche, Sandfall CEO, is also the creative director of Expedition 33. When that team
This
started,
party we got going on here, damn, all these individuals.
Taking on roles that they had never done before just to make it work, and in some cases they ended up excelling at things that they had never tried. And you know what? That made the game better. It made it cohesive, because when people are designing systems that are also touching the visuals, the animation, the design, you start to get a